Good afternoon and welcome to our May 10th, 2022 Board Business Meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and to those who are watching this meeting via live stream on the MCPS website and MCPS TV. Let us begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic on which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll now call the roll to recognize board members to establish that we have a quorum, starting with Ms. Haluni.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Harris,
Good morning, everyone.
Ms. Mandrowski,
Good afternoon.
Ms. Silvestri,
Good morning.
Dr. Daka,
Good morning.
Ms. Evans,
Good morning.
and Dr. Joftis.
Good morning.
We're also joined by our interim superintendent, Dr. Monifa McKnight. Now we will begin the meeting with the approval of the revised agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Dr. McKnight, would you like to proceed?
Yes, for item number 3. Good afternoon, everyone. I move forward the monthly Human Resources and Development Report for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one resolution I'd like to begin with.
Okay.
The death on March 25th, 2022 of Mr. Pablo Palacios, special education bus attendant at the Department of Transportation, West Farm Transportation Depot, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 19.5 years Mr. Palacios worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, he diligently created and maintained a positive and safe environment for the students. He understood his role and responsibilities and how they contributed to a pleasant starting and ending day for students. Mr. Palacios consistently demonstrated professionalism and exceptional interpersonal skills. He was polite and approachable and acted as both a mentor and student advocate, making himself available to assist where needed. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the interim superintendent of schools express our sorrow at the death of Mr. Palacios and extend deepest sympathy to his family. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to his family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. We're now up to item 4, Dr. McKnight.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Human Resources and Development appointments. At this time, I will begin with our first appointment, Dr. Anthony R. Alston. He is being appointed as Director of Equity Initiatives Unit in the Office of Strategic Initiatives. Dr. Alston joins Montgomery County Public Schools with 26 years of experience as an educator and most recently as a national facilitator and designer for the Leadership Academy. Dr. Alston looks forward to joining the MCPS family to support in unpacking the results of the anti-racist audit and in moving the work forward based on the findings.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you. Next, our appointment is Mr. Ryan D. Forkert as the liaison for MCPS Professional Growth Systems for McCap. Mr. Forkert has been employed with MCPS for 21 years as a teacher, staff development teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as a principal at Lux Manor Elementary School. Mr. Forkert looks forward to joining the Office of Human Resources and Development to support the implementation of the professional growth system.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous.
Next up, we have Mrs. Christy L. Clark as Supervisor, Accelerated Enriched Instruction in the Department of College and Career Readiness and district-wide programs in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. Mrs. Clark brings to MCPS more than 15 years of experience as a programmer analyst, project manager, teacher, writer, liaison, coordinator, team leader, and most recently as a principal. Mrs. Clark looks forward to joining the Accelerated and Enriched Instruction Unit.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous.
Very good. Next, we have Mrs. Rosanna T. Hayward as Supervisor of Pre-K to 12 Science Department of Pre-K 12 Curriculum in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. Mrs. Hayward has been employed with MCPS for 20 years as a science teacher, instructional specialist, and most recently as a coordinator for college and career readiness and district-wide programs in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. Mrs. Hayward looks forward to joining the Pre-K through 12 science curriculum and district-wide programs.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Daniel Prince Ciata, Supervisor of Applied Research and Evaluation in the Office of Shared Accountability. Dr. Ciata brings to MCPS more than 20 years of experience designing, executing, researching, evaluating education, and providing data, and most recently as a senior education researcher at SRI International. Dr. Prince Ciata looks forward to leading evaluations of MCPS initiatives and applied research studies that can support improved student learning, educational equity, and teacher, school, and district effectiveness.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final appointment is Ms. Jada Langston, Principal of John L. Gilner Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents, also known as RICA. Ms. Langston has been more than 20 years as an experienced teacher, counselor, coordinator, assistant principal, and most recently as an acting principal at John L. Gilner Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents. Ms. Langston looks forward to creating opportunities where students can learn, lead with love, and create a welcoming environment that is inclusive of all learners.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. So I jumped the gun a minute ago. We're now up to item 4, recognitions.
Thank you and congratulations, everyone. We do have one recognition for League of Educators for Asian American Progress Scholarship recipients. Whereas the League of Educators for Asian American Progress awarded $2,000 scholarships to 2 Montgomery County Public School students who are members of an Asian American club or earned service learning hours supporting an Asian American organization or program and are planning to major in education and pursue a career as an elementary or secondary teacher. The League of Educators for Asian American Progress encourages and appreciates future educators from diverse heritages. Montgomery County celebrates and honors the contributions of Asian American students in our country, our state, our county, and our schools. The Montgomery County Board of Education is proud that Montgomery County Public Schools continue to recognize the outstanding accomplishments and positive influence of Asian American students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the Interim Superintendent of Schools, staff members, students, and parents and guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education recognize and congratulate the 2 recipients of this year's League of Educators for Asian American Progress Scholarship Award. Those 2 students are Riko Mukayama from Walter Johnson High School and Ying Ying Shen from Winston Churchill High School.
Are we joined by
Those students? If you are here, yes. Please stand.
Okay. Yeah, approve it.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Your pupil personnel worker.
Thank you. Our next recognition is Pupil Personnel Worker Month. The month of May 2022 has been designated as Pupil Personnel Worker Month to recognize pupil personnel workers for demonstrating compassion in the unique demands and challenges faced by students and families, particularly in the light of the current pandemic and other societal difficulties, and therefore deliver focused support and intervention so that all students can experience positive physical, social, and psychological well-being in order to be successful in college, career, and the community. The Maryland Association of Pupil Personnel encourages all Maryland school systems to recognize pupil personnel workers for their knowledge and experience in student wellness, obstacles to learning, and problems faced by families. They are proficient in identifying the needs of students and families and connecting them with school system and community resources. When the mental, emotional, and physical health of all students and families is considered in light of the many challenges brought on by the pandemic and current societal factors, they prosper in the school and community settings. Pupil personnel workers, as advisors to school staff members, uniquely are capable of assuring the rights and responsibilities of students and families. They instruct staff members on the appropriate application of federal, state, and local policies and regulations. Therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools recognize and celebrate our pupil personnel workers for helping students and families in our schools and for their dedicated service to education. And be it further resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education will honor and thank pupil personnel workers in our school communities by proclaiming May 2022 as Pupil Personnel Worker Month in Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, we're now up to item 5, which is public comments.
Actually, I'm sorry, Ms. Wolf, I do have one more
Okay,
recognition.
I didn't have that on my agenda, sorry.
Yes,
Go
this
ahead.
one we added in, and it is a certificate, and oftentimes when we have certificates come to our school system, I want to take a moment to just share it with the public and acknowledge that. So we have here a certificate. The County Executive, Mark Elrich, awarded a certificate of appreciation and recognition to Montgomery County Public Schools for our support to county residents during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this certificate is acknowledging in many ways in which the school system helped our community in ways in which were very different from how we had to manage prior to the pandemic. And that got to food distribution. We fed so many families during the pandemic who, needed us, and we were there to support them and bringing the food to the neighborhoods. Outreach coordination and advocacy efforts led us to many developments that to this point have really increased our engagement in so many different ways with communities that we would have struggled to reach had we not been innovative in how we were reaching out to those communities. So I want to say that he further committed the values of compassion and equity of the staff and volunteers who were on the front lines really interacting with our families. So I thought this was something that was really important to share with our community and with our staff so that they would all see and feel honored about the work that the school system was able to do during the pandemic. And so I shared this certificate with you that we have received, and it says the County Executive, Montgomery County, Maryland, awards this certificate to Montgomery County Public Schools in recognition and appreciation for the unparalleled support of your organization providing Montgomery County residents during the COVID-19 pandemic. The food distribution, outreach coordination, and advocacy efforts your organization led were critical and impactful. Your organization's values of compassion and equity, combined with the drive of each one of your individual staff members and volunteers, created the pillars of hope and success our community needed to overcome the devastating effects of the pandemic. Thank you for your continued support and for making our community resilient. And so for every staff member who is hearing the certificate being read to them, I hope that you're able to see yourselves in the work that the school system was able to provide to its community at a very difficult time. So thank you to all MCPS staff.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Dr. McKnight. It is so important that we recognize the hard work that was done by our staff during the pandemic. People don't appreciate the extra that people did during that time. So we absolutely want to thank them. So thank you for sharing that with us. Our next item on the agenda is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues to redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 3 people signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 1 audio testimony and 4 video presentations. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on board docs where they are posted with the other materials for this meeting. At this time, I would like to invite Anna John, Esther Wells, and Tim Shalale to come to the table. You may start, Ms. John.
My name is Anna John. I'm an 8th grade student attending Tilden Middle School. I'm currently the president of NJHS and the vice president of the SGA. And for the past 3 years, I've struggled with feeling included during the school day because of a lack of representation in my classes and in the MCPS curriculum. There's a lack of discussion on events that are happening outside of the U.S. My generation is one for the future. We need to be educated on more events that are happening elsewhere and that are happening right now. The mere fact that we are in the middle of a war that is happening across the globe yet isn't being talked about or taught about is displeasing. Not enough students are being educated on these events, not just the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but conflicts that have been happening around the Middle East for decades and problems that are occurring in Asia. If we are the generation for the future, we need to be aware and educated about global events that are happening now. Students studying these events are able to discuss and understand how this affects other students, families, cultures, and everyday lives. As an Asian American student myself, I've experienced the many dilemmas that many students in our county face. We don't learn about any events that have happened from our own culture. Diverse courses allow students to understand other cultures and feel included. Students can see themselves as leaders as they see people from their background being successful. MCPS, I urge you to form a plan to diversify what is being taught in our classes and let our cultures come to life. As global issues arise, the county should push for lessons on more recent events so all students can learn about important global issues. We want you to increase the number of diverse topics and current events throughout the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Wells.
Hello, everyone. My name is Esther Wells, and I am a lifelong resident of Montgomery County. I am the proud parent of 2 boys, a 9-year-old who has developmental disabilities and a 4-year-old who is charismatic and kind. I have 3 items to discuss as follows. Last week, Interim Superintendent McKnight sent out a community letter stating that 7 new administrator positions will be added in FY 2023. Specifically, Mrs. McKnight stated that we have launched independent national searches for our Deputy Superintendent, Chief Operating Officer, and Chief Academic Officer. Can you please help me understand what consideration was already given to promoting from within, or alternatively, hiring from Montgomery County, as we are one of the most educated counties in the nation? How and why is a national search in the best interest of MCPS? Lastly, I strongly recommend to the sitting BOE members to increase oversight of MCPS org chart to oppose increases in admin positions. We need to focus our resources to teachers. Yesterday, the Committee on Special Populations canceled its meeting. Why is that? Can you please update the community on whether there is sufficient staffing for extended school year summer school program for our special needs kids, and whether mental health services and support will be available? Further, can this committee add an agenda item to consider bringing back learning centers in middle schools for continuity of development for our DD learners? Lastly, on Thursday, May 5th, Fiscal Management Committee canceled its meeting. Why is that? Can you please update the community on where MCPS is on the Office of Legislative Audit's Financial Management Practices Audit Report? Superintendent McKnight's December 16, 2021 FY 2023 operating budget stated that the report should be published by May 2022. Are we on track? Thank you for your service to Montgomery County.
Mr. Chalet?
Good morning, Superintendent McKnight and MCPS board members. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Tim Shillelagh, and please refer to the handout for the rest of my bio. My written testimony is essentially a review of the book Genderqueer by Maya Kobabe and why I believe it's inappropriate for minors. If you're interested in more information, please refer to it. Instead of trying to condense my review into a 2-minute word blizzard, let me tell the following story, and bear with me, it's just for illustrative purposes only. Let's say somebody wants to put a beer vending machine in the libraries of high schools in Montgomery County. Imagine the back and forth. No way. Alcohol is harmful to minors. The livers are too immature, can't process it properly. Alcohol would go to their heads, cause them to have strange thoughts, like they can sing and dance better than they really can. Well, let's do it anyway. No, selling alcohol to minors is against the law. Well, let's raise taxes and give the beer away. Problem solved. Well, no, because that doesn't matter. Providing free alcohol to minors is still against the law. I've got an idea. Let's move the machines to the back of the libraries, and let's allow only those 18-year-olds to get the beer. Problem solved. Well, there's still a minor, pun alert, snag. There's no way to stop the 18-year-olds from giving the beer to their underage friends. Okay, bad idea. I have here a beer, metaphorically speaking. It doesn't matter the beer's, the brewmaster's impeccable credentials. Doesn't matter the numerous tasting awards it got. Doesn't matter the contents are correctly curated, fresh, organic ingredients. Only 2 things really matter: the alcohol content of the beer and the age of the consumer. The beer contains alcohol, metaphorically again, on several pages that I documented in my handout, and the consumers are minors. Moving on. I don't think I'll get through the rest of mine. Anyway, I bought this from Amazon Books. Their recommended age level for readers is 18. Adults, not minors. Thank you.
Thank you. We received 1 audio testimony submitted by Nicole Cashtan. Please play the audio.
Hi, my name is Nicole Cashtan. I am the founder of the grassroots group MoCo Jewish Parents Coalition and the parent of 2 children who will begin kindergarten within MCPS this fall. I am here today to speak about the urgent need to assess the climate that Jewish students, families, and staff are experiencing in our schools via surveys and focus groups. As I hope you are aware, anti-Semitism has been increasing over the last several years in the United States and around the world, with an extreme surge in May 2021. Anti-Semitism is experienced in the form of harassment and exclusion of Jewish students on university campuses, anti-Semitic content on social media, boycotting of Jewish and Israeli-owned businesses, violent and inflammatory protests by groups such as Within Our Lifetime, and even assaults and murder. Anecdotally, we know that anti-Semitic attitudes have impacted some people within our MCPS community. In order to devise a plan of action, we first need a formal plan to establish a baseline of what Jewish community members are feeling. I urge you to support your Jewish community members, just as you are supporting Black community members through the anti-racism audit. Thank you.
We also received 4 video testimonies. First up is Jennifer Martin. Please play the video.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Martin, and I'm proud to serve as president of the Montgomery County Education Association. Every school visit I make reinforces my sense of pride in the skill and dedication of MCPS educators and reminds me what an honor it is to be entrusted with educating our children. But each visit also emphasizes the weighty burden we educators shoulder to make schools welcoming, safe, and powerful places of learning for students. My colleagues are beleaguered and exhausted. There's a national problem of education staffing shortages caused by poor working conditions and overwhelming workloads. Educators recognize that they possess skills that are highly prized and better paid in other sectors of the economy. As a result, many current teachers are eyeing the exits, and few college students are now pursuing careers in education. These same problems exist here in Montgomery County, where hundreds of classroom positions still remain unfilled. The school year isn't over yet, but already a record number of staff have expressed that this will be their last year in the system, and many of them aren't just leaving the classroom, they're leaving the profession. We must increase our commitment to the people who seek to do this crucial work. To meet the needs of every child, we must do right by the educators who teach them. We're hopeful that this historic budget proposed by the board for school year 2023 will be approved by the County Council this month. But money alone is not the answer. We must restore respect for the teaching profession. We need to return to a student-friendly, creative approach to teaching and learning, rather than force teachers to deliver scripted lessons and obsessively torment students with standardized testing. We must make education a career in which creativity is celebrated and work-life balance is possible. We must make schools places of enlightenment, inspiration, and liberation for our children.
Next is Renata Campante.
Members of the Board of Education and Dr. McKnight. My name is Renata Campante, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the MCCPTA Gifted Education Committee. About 1 in 5 MCPS students are identified as gifted and talented. There are gifted students in every school, every demographic, including students who receive services such as farms, special education, and ESOL. Equity demands that MCPS identify and support these students in accordance with state law and MCPS policies. But MCPS continues to leave thousands of students without equitable local programming. The board has heard from community members urging MCPS to complete the implementation of the Enriched literacy curriculum, which began 5 years ago. It has also heard MCPS acknowledge the challenges teachers currently face to offer differentiation in heterogeneous ELA classes and commit to implement the ELC. And yet, the 22-23 ELC expansion is limited to only 20 schools. That means that the ELC rollout will enter its 6th year, serving less than half of elementary schools in MCPS. MCPS assured this board that they had funding for ELC implementation. Why not cover more schools then? The limited ELC rollout creates inequities that affect several clusters, including Rockville, Richard Montgomery, Whitman, the entire geographical area covered by the Mill Creek Town CES, as well as the Pinecrest CES, just to name a few. MCPS has said that the list of selected schools was created based on multiple factors and using a data-driven process, and yet none of the stated factors explain why some schools have not received the ELC. MCPS has also not committed to offering the ELC to both 4th and 5th graders, even in schools that will implement the ELC next year, which ignores half of the potential students. Equitable access to curriculum is imperative in any district with a real commitment to equity, and the only way to ensure the success of every student in MCPS, including gifted students.
Next is Fanya Yangaber.
considering my testimony today. My name is Fania Yangarber. I'm the Executive Director of Healthy School Food Maryland, a local nonprofit dedicated to improving health outcomes for Montgomery County school children. We would like to reiterate our support for the resolution to convene a school meal quality work group proposed by Board Member O'Looney to be voted on at today's meeting, which addresses the concerns of the students who have come before this board to ask for help in improving the quality of school meals. We thank you in advance for voting in favor of this resolution and believe it is a step forward in improving the school meals program at MCPS. We would also like to thank the Policy Committee and the Board for reevaluating its proposed action on Board Policy JPH, School Food and Nutrition Services Programs, and for removing the alternative meal provision. This demonstrates real responsiveness to the concerns of the community and represents progress in improving the school meals program at MCPS. However, the unpaid meal charges policy should be entirely moot because MCPS should work with the County Council to extend healthy school meals for all, what was called the Universal School Meals Program administered in 12 schools prior to the pandemic as a no-charge program. We must make adequate investments continuing to provide access to any student who wants or needs a meal at school without cost to families permanently. Nearly 10,000 more MCPS students have participated in the school meals program daily than before the pandemic. Access and participation rates are directly tied to quality. With higher participation, more money will become available to invest in quality food. That is why the county must make a concerted and coordinated effort between the council's budgeting and MCPS implementation to ensure that healthy school meals for all continues permanently. Thank you for your time.
Our final video comes from Jean McCormick. Please play the video.
Hi, my name is Jean McCormick, and I am the school psychologist who supports Quince Orchard High School. I'm here to speak with you about the importance of continuing to support the Leader in Me social-emotional learning curriculum in MCPS. This past school year has been, to say the least, a challenge. Rates of depression and anxiety, threats, and suicide continue to rise. I'm encouraged by the advocacy for additional mental health supports for our students. However, there is not enough trained mental health professionals available to hire to address these needs. We need to think about what we can do to benefit all students. We have to have a universal social-emotional learning curriculum. At Quince Orchard, we have been utilizing the Leader in Me curriculum during this school year. We offer a weekly advisory period called Cougars Connect, where we provide Leader in Me lessons, developed and often facilitated by students. We have seen that those teachers who value the importance of this period and provide the SEL curriculum with enthusiasm are met by students who have begun to apply these skills in their lives. I have seen the research and have heard testimony from students and staff around the country about the effectiveness of the Leader in Me curriculum. I have consulted with colleagues who reviewed SEL curriculums through the RFP process and selected Leader in Me as the best option for students and staff. I have heard discussions in the classroom about applying the 7 habits to resolve conflict, listen deeper to their peers, and effectively cope with stress. I've watched students be leaders in rolling out this curriculum, using the training and materials provided to their benefit. It has taken us time to adjust, but with persistence, we are seeing the benefits firsthand, and it is empowering. My concern is that by eliminating Leader in Me, we will lose an opportunity to provide SEL for our students. With more time with this curriculum, we will see the effectiveness it can have on our student outcomes. We are here to help kids thrive in life, and I know that by having an SEL curriculum such as Leader in Me is the best way we can do this. Thank you for your time.
This concludes our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, May 26th. Sign-ups will open the evening of Thursday, May 19th. At this time, I will take comments from any of my fellow board members. Dr. Daka?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the special populations. The last meeting that we had was almost 3 hours, and we tried to indicate to the public what the steps are for special education or not having special education. And it begins with the staffing, which means that teachers come forward or they let the administrator or the counselor know that there is a concern. Then they have an educational management team meeting, which includes the administration, teachers, counselor. They look at the comments from the teachers to decide whether they need to have the reading specialist come in and do the testing that is required to make sure that what level the student is able to read at. Then they have an IEP or individual education program meeting if after the other items have been talked about are warranting this. And the administrator, the counselor, the teacher, PPW, pupil personnel worker that you heard about today, and psychologists who spoke are included in this meeting. They make decisions about the deficits or non-deficits that the students have and how they're going to work with it through the program of the school itself. That's the first item. If they feel, after looking at the IEP in the yearly review, that this is not the correct placement, they will look at that as well. This meeting also went through the role of psychologists and their background, social workers and pupil personnel workers and parent community coordinators, so that everybody would know what these people do and how important they are to us in our system. And the only other comment I want to make is that other than about special populations is the curriculum. We are looking very carefully at the curriculum to make sure that we are providing for the input and the achievements of all of the people in this country having to do with history and literature, actually, too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to finish this side first. Dr. Joftis.
Thank you, President Wolf. I just wanted to respond to Ms. Wells' questions about the addition of the hiring of administrators. Dr. McKnight, she raised a couple questions that I think you could speak to and just clarify for the broader community as well. So one question was, why aren't we hiring administrators from within MCPS? And you, I'm sure, can explain that. Of course, people can certainly apply, but we're looking for the national, the best people in the country around that issue. And also respond to the point about increasing the number of administrators when in fact, it seems like at worst we're budget neutral and we may actually be saving money. Could you comment on some of that?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Joftis, and Ms. Wells for her comments that were made. I'll first start with the intention around the HYA consulting search firm, and I guess I'll say I'm a product of someone who has been in the system and applied to a process that really did engage in a national search. And here I am sitting here today as interim superintendent, but will be appointed as superintendent because I then thought that I had the skills to be able to do the work from within the system. And I applied to that process and, clearly engaged alongside others who were from around the nation who also had an interest. So I shared that because I see myself as the best example, and I have shared with the staff that although we are using a national search firm to hire for these positions, if there's someone internally who believe that they have the skills and the knowledge and are interested in the position, we welcome them to apply in the process so that we can have internal staff and as well as external staff engage in the process. I did ask for HYA to engage in this process because they spend a lot of time with our community over the past months thinking about what are the needs of the community. I've spent a lot of time from hearing from our community members, and you continue to raise a very important point. How do we bring diversity into the leadership in Montgomery County? And so oftentimes, although we know we have great diversity here in Montgomery County, it's good to be able to look at what's available nationally and the expertise that may exist that we can use in a process of selecting leaders appropriate for who we are and what our needs are right now in Montgomery County Public Schools. So I appreciate Ms. Wells raising that question because it does provide an opportunity to do that. We were also very intentional about how we were managing the cost for this leadership structure in Montgomery County Public Schools. Within the org structure, it doesn't acknowledge some of the changes that we made internally. So there were some changes that were made internally that did definitely help this leadership structure be one that definitely giving central office overall staff as well as the needs to create a budget neutral situation, because we knew that if there is any additional money that's needed, we definitely look forward to focusing those efforts into our school buildings where we know it's needed. So we will be coming back to the board and sharing exactly how those savings and those opportunities will be benefiting our schools specifically, because we have two priorities. One, how do we make sure all of the work that we coordinate is being implemented and the student is the direct, the connector to getting the needs that we've provisioned for them in the school building? And then who are all the staff that have to help coordinate so that those needs are being provisioned in a way that is meaningful to the students? And so we're constantly looking at both. And so when you look at both, you're thinking about what supports are needed within the school building and what supports are needed from a central perspective in a district this large and in a district with many needs that we all are very acutely aware of as a result of the pandemic and needs that were present before. So thank you for allowing me an opportunity to share that.
Thank you. Ms. Harris?
Yes, thank you. I did want to thank Ms. John, the Tilden student, for her testimony, and note that the issue she raised about intentionally making space and time in our academic day to present current events and discuss current events and let students process and critically think about them. Something I'm hearing from a lot of students around the county, especially in these days of social media. Our students are hyper aware of what's going on around them in their community, in the county, state, local, national, global. And I think it really is a really important piece of saying we're making our students college, career, and community ready, is when we make them globally thinking citizens. And I think that also tied nicely into Ms. Martin's testimony about the need for additional autonomy for teachers to sort of bring more flair into their classrooms, make that classroom experience more engaging for more students. And then a question, Ms. McCormack, I appreciated her the testimony around the Leader in Me curriculum at Quince Orchard, and her description of it was a little different than my understanding, and I thought it was very similar in a good way to the Our Minds Matter, which is extracurricular, not curricular, but is also very much student developed and delivered, and so it's very much attuned to what the students are seeing the needs of their peers and themselves are. But she also mentioned, she seemed to be indicating it's going away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that too.
I was going to ask.
No, thank you for raising that.
Let me ask.
Yes, Ms. McCormick's testimony, I could see how it could raise that question. So we've been implementing the Leader in Me curriculum in pilots in different schools.
Yeah.
And just like many other pilots, we receive feedback, and some are implementing it well. She shared the success of it at Quince Orchard High School and with her students in her classroom. And some are working through some challenges in implementation, as again, this is the case in every program that we implement in Montgomery County Public Schools. So the program is not going away. I mean, we are asking schools to evaluate and look at the success of those programs, and we're going to continue to pilot and implement. But we also are hearing from our schools if they feel like there's something different that they need. I believe earlier this year I was visiting an elementary school, and they were using a program, Zones of Regulation, for their students. There's so many programs that are out there, and I think what's most important for us is to be able to provide some autonomy so that schools do have options of different spaces to pull from. Like, for instance, mindfulness rooms and other additional emotional supports for students I'm just seeing a variety of different things that are working. And so we want to continue to emphasize that they have the flexibility to try different things, but we are going to continue to expand that pilot, and we want to learn from it. And we really have to pilot it long enough to be able to see what works and what doesn't, and work through some of the challenges so that we can see if it's ultimately worth the investment in the schools that are trying it. So.
Thank you for that comment, Dr. McKnight, because I also think it's important that that the school reflect the needs of the community, and every community might have different needs. So they should have options available to them. So, Ms. Mandrowski.
Yep. I first want to start off by thanking Anna Jean for her comments. I won't go too far into it because Ms. Harris already addressed it, but I will associate myself with your comments very strongly. So just to clarify, the Leader in Me program, is it leaving? Quince Orchard, or is it not leaving? Or you're saying it will be up to them?
It is not my understanding that it is leaving Quince Orchard High School, and I see Ms. Rubin shaking her head
Okay.
no. And
Okay.
we are continuing to expand the pilot and offering, different options to schools and engaging them in discussion about what works best for them. Some may ultimately say, after we've tried Leader in Me and we've implemented it and it seems to not work, then we don't want them to, nor do we want to invest in a resource that doesn't work for that particular school. But we do want them to understand why and what is it about the program that doesn't work and what will be used in lieu to that program.
Great, I appreciate that. I just wanted specific clarification on that. And then my last point, Ms. Esther Wells, Dr. Doctus already addressed a lot of it, but some of it. But I would like, as a follow-up, to request that we get answers to her other questions, including the services for special education students for this summer, if possible, and make sure that we contact her with responses in terms of the fiscal management aspect as well as the special education, or special populations. So, thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
She asked very specific questions.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to address the testimony around the enriched literacy curriculum. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Hazel this week to get up to date on where we are, because we've been hearing a lot from our community on that. And so I really appreciate Ms. Hazel taking the time to really explain the state of the rollout of the enriched literacy curriculum. And I just wanted to say that, this was part of our reform work in this effort, and the board is still committed to rolling this out. The pandemic really paused our work in that regard, but we're still very committed to making sure that the rollout continues. And I know that parents would like it to come sooner, but we're doing the best that we can. And as we saw today, we have a new supervisor that hopefully will help to champion that work and work with our community. So I thank the community for their advocacy, and I thank them for their patience as well.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Daka.
Yes, I just wanted to add, and maybe all of you got this point, but I wasn't sure. When Dr. Joftis and Dr. McKnight talked about the reorganization and the 3 positions that will be there, the deputy position was already there. The other 2 positions, curriculum and chief operating officer, I think that's what it was. I could look at my notes, but anyway, what I don't think you understood is that some positions were collapsed in order to have the zero-based budget, and they were placed into into these positions. So that's why it is budget neutral.
Thank you for that, Dr. Daka. At this time, we're up to item 6, and I'm pleased to say that we are able today to finalize the appointment of Dr. McKnight as Superintendent of Schools. So at this time, I offer this resolution. Whereas the Board of Education on February the 8th, 2022, unanimously approved the appointment of Dr. Monifa B. McKnight for a 4-year term as Superintendent of Schools for Montgomery County, Maryland, contingent upon final negotiation of an employment contract and the approval of the State Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Mohammed Chaudhry. And whereas Mr. Chaudhry has approved the board's appointment of Dr. McKnight as Superintendent of Montgomery County Public Schools, and whereas the Board of Education and Dr. McKnight have reached mutual agreement of her employment contract terms, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby approves the terms and conditions of the employment contract and appoints Dr. Monifa B. McKnight to serve as Superintendent of Schools for Montgomery County, Maryland, effective July 1st, 2022.
Move approval?
I highly second.
All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous. Okay, so we're now up to item 7. Dr. McKnight, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Before you do, though, I want to make a brief statement about this. We're here today to vote on the recommendations for the association agreements. We understand that the parties have all worked collaboratively on these agreements, and the end result is a well-deserved compensation increase for fiscal year 2023. These amendments reflect the board's commitment to elevating both the field of education and our teachers, administrators, and staff who have been true heroes during this time of the pandemic. And, over the last 2 years, we can't thank them enough for everything that they've done. We recognize and appreciate all of your efforts and your dedication to the system and to our students. This is one of the reasons we have advocated so zealously with the county to obtain support for our budget. It's our commitment to honor these recommendations. We are providing more than a simple cost of living increase, and we hope that this is understood as an investment in our staff. Thank you to all of our talented teachers, administrators, staff, everyone. Well deserved.
Thank you, President Wolf. I just had to clap because it just warms my heart to say that, I, as interim superintendent, have an opportunity to be associated with a well-deserving, well-skilled staff in Montgomery County Public Schools. I, earlier in my recognition, recognized how staff have just gone above and beyond during the pandemic, and they're still going above and beyond. I don't want to say post-pandemic, during the endemic. They are still just showing a true commitment in so many different ways, and working through challenges that we have just never, ever seen before, because none of us were here when we had a similar experience with the Spanish flu. So I thank you and the board for acknowledging the work that the staff have done and continue to do. And so I'm very excited then to bring forward item number 7 on the association agreements, and I just want to just give a few points. We're close to the end of the school year, believe it or not. Here we are in May, and we'll be preparing for graduations in just a few weeks, which is an exciting time. But I must say that this journey in which we have been able to partner with the leadership of every single employee association to finalize fair compensation packages for next school year is really an exciting opportunity to do so. These agreements, each of which have been ratified by the respective association membership, truly does take the time to reward our staff for the work that they have done and to let them know that we acknowledge that. And doing so, giving them the highest base salary increase that they've had in over a decade. Okay? And I pause when I say that because if there was any time for us to acknowledge that our staff do deserve an increase to be able to learn and live and thrive in Montgomery County as employees here, now is the time to do it. So through the compensation increases and other measures that we've negotiated, we continue to recognize and reward the incredible work of our staff. And so I want to outline some of the key provisions that we have in our agreements. There is a 3.35% cost of living increase and a salary step increase, which combine to effectively equal a more than 6% increase in the salaries of our employees. There are enhancements to the compensation structure for our administrative and teacher leaders so that we are rewarding those staff members who have committed the most years of service to our students and community. So acknowledging those who have made this their home and continue through a commitment, and particularly over the last few years. A commitment to professional development for our staff to continue to hone their skills and knowledge to best serve our students has been a focus. We also had a focus on early hiring for special education and psychologist positions, especially as we work to support the distinct learning needs of students and address students' social, emotional well-being, which continues to be at the forefront of what we have to focus on. We have prioritized all of the well-being of our support staff professionals by providing resources for those individuals who need assistance. And we've been very acute to that and recognizing that not only are we responsible for thinking about the well-being of our employees when they are with us during the day, we want them to also be employees who thrive outside of the workday, and so that they are managing any other challenges outside of the workspace, that we know about those challenges and think about ways in which we can support them so that they can thrive and live and begin to even take more pride in the work that they do. So I just highlight some of those bullets because I do believe that agreement in this contract highlights how we are moving to be a destination employee in Montgomery County Public Schools. And when we think about the Maryland Blueprint and how it provides a roadmap for what we want to engage in and revolutionizing what our employees do and how they work and make this a place that they, again, thrive in, we're well on our way to doing that, and this contract is one that represents us being on the right path to that. And of course, I also have to thank our staff who have been very diligent in working with our associations in many meetings, mornings, nights, weekends, to say that this is important and we want to come to resolution on what we've agreed to. On the blueprint, I also want to say that the wage adjustment brings us closer to fulfilling the vision of the Maryland Blueprint for Education. MCPS is well on its way in achieving the salary increases that the blueprint asks us to make so that we can play our part in making Maryland a leader in the teaching profession. And this is the leverage point that we're able to take out even on our recruiting across the nation to say here in Maryland, we're implementing this blueprint and we acknowledge that this is such a respectable field of education that we believe in what the blueprint has called us to do, which is to take those increases seriously and have a compensation ladder that represents that. And so again, as I think about this agreement and how it encompasses all of those pieces, our associations, the staff, the leadership of the associations have all come to the table to say, how can we be innovative and purposeful in coming to agreement in these areas? So with that, I look forward to finishing this year and beginning next year under the terms of the agreements that are in these contracts. So with that, I will read the resolves from each contract. And the first is a recommendation to approve the amendment to the agreement for school years 20 to 2023 between Montgomery County Association of Administrators and Principals and the Board of Education in Montgomery County, Rockville, Maryland. I'm going to read one of the whereases. Whereas the tentative agreement has been duly ratified by the Employee Representative Association, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the amendment to agreement for the school years 20 to 2023 between Montgomery County Association of Administrators and Principals and the Board of Education in Montgomery County, Rockville, Maryland, and be it further resolved that the President of the Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools be authorized to sign the amendment to agreement for the school years 2023 between Montgomery County Association of Administrators and Principals and the Board of Education of Montgomery County, Rockville, Maryland, all according to said amendment and to the law.
Move approval.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous.
Very good, and there are two more. That was our approval for McCap. Next. McCap and McBoa, yes. Next is a recommendation to approve the amendment to agreement between Service Employees International Union Local 500 and the Board of Education of Montgomery County for school years 2020 to 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the amendment to agreement between Service Employees International Union Local 500 and the Board of Education of Montgomery County for the school years 2020 to 2023, and be it further resolved that the President of the Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools be authorized to sign the amendment to agreement between Service Employees International Union Local 500 and Board of Education of Montgomery County for the school years 20 to 2023, all according to the said amendment and to the law.
Move approval.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous.
Thank you. And our final recommendation to approve the amendments to agreement between Montgomery County Education Association and Board of Education of Montgomery County for the school years 2021 to 2022. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the amendment to agreement between Montgomery County Education Association and Board of Education of Montgomery County for the school years 2021 to 2022, and be it further resolved that the Board of Education approve the amendment to substitute teachers' contract agreement between Montgomery County Education Association and Board of Education of Montgomery County for the school years of 2021 to 2022. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the amendment to the Home and Hospital Teachers Contract Agreement between Montgomery County Education Association and the Board of Education of Montgomery County for the school years of 2021 to 2022. And be it further resolved that the President of the Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools be authorized to sign amendment to agreement between Montgomery County Education Association and Board of Education of Montgomery County for the school years 2021 to 2022, the amendment to the substitute teachers contract agreement between Montgomery County Education Association and the Board of Education of Montgomery County for the school years 2021 to 2022, and the amendment to the Home and Hospital Teachers Contract Agreement between Montgomery County Education Association and Board of Education of Montgomery County for the school years 2021 to 2022, all according to said amendments and to the law.
Move approval.
Second.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
And actually, Ms. Wolf, there is one more. This is the memorandum for the general wage adjustment for positions not on the salary schedule. Therefore, be it resolved that the salary for the positions not on the salary schedule be effective December 17th, 2022, on the following pay periods of December 17th, be as follows, and it is listed in the resolution as a 1.5% general wage increase.
Move approval.
Second.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. So at this time, I need to check with our staff as to whether this, did you want to say something, Dr. Daka?
If you don't mind,
Sure,
yes.
go ahead.
I really want to thank our staff for working on this with our staff. I think the understanding and the professionalism of Dana Edwards and Steve Blivis have really handled this so well and really have been positive. And I also want to thank the leaders of the organizations, Pia Morrison for the Service Employees International, and Dr. Christine Handy with the administrators, and Ms. Jennifer Martin with MCEA. This is a difficult process, but it has gone well this year, we think. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Daka. At this time, I need to check with the staff. Are we ready for recess or?
We have a little bit of time. Do we want to do consent items?
No, I think I would like to do legislation, if you don't mind. I see Danielle's here.
Okay.
And I think she had a 30 minutes or so. that
Okay.
would fit right into here. But we need to have a motion to amend the agenda to move that up. So can we get that?
I move to amend the agenda.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. Ms.
I'm sorry, I have one person who will be joining me, so I'll just skip that bill until she's able to get here. Since we're
Okay.
beginning a little earlier.
All right.
Apologies, I'm gonna hand these.
Sorry about that. I thought you were covering it all today.
I got most of it. He just invited her to talk about one bill. So if we can pull up the PowerPoint. Are you saying I'm not loud enough, Hannah? Can we pull up the PowerPoint for legislation, please? So while they're getting that, this is the legislative overview for the 2022 session. So I provided you some materials. I am not going to read everything to you, but I wanted to give you a high-level overview of what happened at the legislation this year. So as you may or may not know, this was an interesting year because there was a surplus. And so when there's a surplus, everyone really fights for the money and what are we going to do? So it was not a huge education year. So there was a surplus and it wasn't a huge education year. That doesn't sound great. Except that there was a lot of work that was done. It was not necessarily on the education side. So I tried to separate them into categories that made sense. You have the PowerPoint, so while they're trying to pull it up,
I will go ahead and get started. So the first slide is just to remind you that in November of last year, we went through our own annual priorities. I do want to tell you that we're working on revising that process for next year, of trying to make them much more tangible for you so that we can make some connections. So I'm going to try to make some of those connections as we're going through, but I think ultimately we're thinking about a logic model for legislation and what our purpose is. So be thinking about that as we talk about kind of what we see this year. So the first topic is operations. So there's always the budget stuff that comes in under operations that may or may not impact us. So the first two I pulled for you are the budget bill and the blueprint for Maryland, two very separate things. In the budget bill, there was an increase in direct aid to education. None of it was specific to us, so it is a general overview. It's great for everybody. It's more money for public education. There's no specific implication for Montgomery County, which I think is important. The blueprint is important, as you guys know. This was the big education work of the last couple of years. Because it was passed and vetoed and they had to override the veto, by the time the blueprint became active, the timelines were off. So this year's work was to revise and realign all of the dates in the blueprint in order to make them make sense. So what you see here is I gave you kind of the exact dates, but what's really important to know is that school systems got essentially an extra year to get all of this put together, which made sense because even though it passed and was vetoed and so couldn't go into play. So it is funded. So if we can go to the next slide. Next slide. Here we are. So we're right here at the bottom. So this was important, and we do have a blueprint coordinator here, Janine Backey, who's amazing and I know has presented to you. So I'm not going to give you the weeds of it. I just wanted you to see the changes and dates and timelines. Hi, Dr. Mason. She's going to come up and join me for one of the bills that we're going to talk about. So I'm going to keep going. Next slide, sticking in operations. The capital budget for public education, that's usually a place that we do see some impact. There was funding given to all of these programs, so that was great. With the surplus, they funded all of our education programs. However, none of them were, again, specific to MCPS, no major impacts to MCPS. I said to Seth Adams, I said, what do we think about all of this? And so actually it's the next bill, HB 1290, that made the biggest impact to us, and it is a positive impact. And so that bill provided a lot of clarity around the requirements for how we were using school construction money, and the clarifications that were given are to our benefit. So you've heard a lot from Seth about how the funding works. Last night when he spoke with the mayor and he was talking about the Rockville projects, all of this is part of that work. And each of those projects we get some state funding for. This bill really cleaned up the language to make it more efficient for us in order to be able to get school construction funding. So that's a positive. Next slide, please. This was an important bill that passed that is not one of the ones that would necessarily jump out at you, the Climate Solutions Act. So this was a statewide bill, and it was all about what you see happening on the federal level too in terms of climate resolution and what we should be doing. So the impacts here to us are in our school construction program because there are requirements for net zero schools. The great thing is that MCPS was already doing most of this work. We are leaders in this work, so the bill will be tougher for some jurisdictions. It won't be so difficult for us. Within this category, there were also a couple of other bills that you guys had taken a position on that I wanted you to know passed. So you see them there, the pedestrian safety plans. We worked really hard with the legislatures this year on that to try to determine what is a pedestrian safety plan, what happens. We do have one school that does not have a walkable area. It is completely 100% bus, and so we've talked a lot with the legislators about, how would this impact us on that. And so there's a lot of conversation going around on what those regulations will look like, and those definitions are being determined, but we're working really closely together to make sure they work for us. Student data privacy, I just like you guys to know that they're constantly have bills coming forward about, most of it is with the Maryland Longitudinal Data System, but we are continuing to improve the data privacy around all of that. And our team here, including Pete Chevanini, have been instrumental in having those conversations as well. Next slide, please. So Another topic, school personnel. So this is always a big topic. We see a lot of bills that come forward in school personnel. This year, the teacher retirement pension system, this was really helpful. As you know, we are short educators around the nation, not just here. This bill allows folks that have retired to come back without any penalties for a certain amount of time. So there's no financial impact to MCPS. It doesn't cost us more. It actually gives us more opportunities and the ability to bring folks back who may be interested in substituting or short-term teaching or anything like that. The next bill, the Public School Employees Whistleblower Protections. This is a bill that has been bouncing around in the legislature for a couple of years. It did get a little more traction this year. So what it will require from MCPS is a new system for the compliance and mediation process. So we have an administrative complaint process. This will require some changes to that, which will have some financial impact. It seems to be minimal. We've been working with Dana Edwards and her team, and so they are very well aware of this legislation as well. Next slide, please. Family Medical Leave Act. So this was a big deal in our state. We are the 24th state to have this. This is a nationwide movement that would give 12 weeks of paid leave, FMLA leave, to individuals who qualified for it. However, it will require the creation of a fund in order to do this. There are some rules in terms of how much the employees contribute and how much the employer contributes. And all of that, again, our HR team has it and is looking into that. We do expect there to be an impact. There's going to have to be money coming from both sides. There's going to have to be a system set up. So there is going to be some impact. The good thing is everybody's going to be doing it. So I think we'll be working together with other school systems as well to make sure that we're all kind of aligned. The second bill you see on here was a really huge win, and this is a really big deal for you guys because every time we talked about Kerwin, we went and said, you have to support professionals as well. It can't just be educators. We did not win that fight with Kerwin. Kerwin did not include support professionals. It only included educators. This bill is to help make up for that. So it gives a $500 bonus to any non-certified education support personnel. The governor has put money in the budget for this $500 bonus, and so it'll be a minimal financial impact to us. For us, the impact will be the logistical aspect of getting the awards, all the paperwork and the things that have to go with it. So this was a big deal because we really fought for this. We have been fighting for this for a couple of years, and so it's not the win we were looking for, but I think it is a really important acknowledgement of all of the service professionals and how much they contribute to our school system. Next slide, please. So a couple of bills that impact students directly. So I have to tell you first, there's nothing about curriculum, and we can kind of laugh about it because our good friend who oversees that committee put all of the curriculum bills in a drawer. And so we were all, on the last day, we were all going, where is this bill? And legitimately, they were in a drawer. None of them passed. We don't necessarily have a complaint about that because as a local school system, we believe we should be making curriculum decisions. And so we're not upset that none of those passed. But a couple of the student bills did pass that I think are important for you to know. One is one that our SMOB has been working on and our previous SMOB worked on as well, school attendances for excused absence for mental health. We supported this bill. We had one issue. The initial bill required that a student had to get counseling upon return. We pushed back on that requirement and said that doesn't make sense, that may stigmatize, that may cause more. And so the sponsor worked with us and revised it, and the bill that passed was the bill that we supported, which was to say children could have this as an excused absence. You can suggest it, but you can't require that they have. You have to provide them the mental health resources, like these are your options, but the initial bill was to require it. The next bill, student athletes uniform modification. So this is something you may or may not have heard about. This is also a national issue that's going on. Virginia's having a lot of issues with this, but this is a bill that will give students the options to modify their uniforms for modesty reasons. So it begins to cover some of the things that we've talked about, like the Crown Act, the wearing of scarves when they're playing basketball. This bill begins to put in some real legal language that allows children the ability to modify those and gives a responsibility to the school system to support those modifications. So this is an interesting bill. It's a big bill. It's a good bill for us because we see a lot of other states are going in the other direction. Next slide, please. Here, this one we talked about, the Elijah Gorman Act, and this was We did not support this bill because this is an unfunded mandate. So this is the one for AEDs, the automatic defibrillators, I have a hard time with that word, that need to be in a location that's walkable and close to wherever a sports event is taking place. So it also includes some training that is to give us, it came from a specific case here in Maryland, this law, but it is to provide more plans around how we can protect students that may have heat issues or heart issues during a sports event. So it is an unfunded mandate. We will have a financial cost. We don't know exactly what that's going to be yet. So it's important for you guys to know that that did pass. Next, you see the Caesars action. This is also one you've seen many times. This is the 4th year I've seen it. It finally passed. Again, these bills are always hard because they bring children to Annapolis that testify on these issues. And so this one, the little girl had a seizure in the State House when she was testifying. So this bill did pass and on all sides. So it will require some additional training for MCPS, and we have not identified funds for that yet. It is also an unfunded mandate, so which is why we didn't support it the first time around. Next slide, please. Here, this is a big bill for equity, and I put it on your list because it's one of the few equity issues that did pass this year. And so this is equivalent access standards. So essentially it says we are now moving into a digital world. We're doing all of these things digitally. We have virtual schools, right? That we need to make sure that the digital technology that we're using is also acceptable and efficient and usable for children with special needs or who may have disabilities. And this bill really requires that we do that. MCPS has already been doing a lot of that. We are already engaged in this work. Again, we are leaders here. There are school systems who have not done this. Much of our stuff actually is already accessible and adaptable. However, it is not statewide. And so this was an important equity bill that passed. Next slide, please. This is their virtual education. So as you know, we do have one virtual school here in Maryland. Here in Montgomery County. They passed a bill that says that we will, every school system is allowed to have one. There's going to be a lot of conversation around the regulations for these. You can see some of the points that have already been made, including it may not include pre-kindergarten or kindergarten. Our current virtual school does have kindergarten, so that is a conversation our staff will have to have around this. In general, nothing that was in here was a surprise to us. The whole no nonprofits, we weren't using a for-profit company anyway. So it was to build some parameters around what virtual schools will look like. I think this is going to continue. I think you're going to see more bills about this in the future, and they're going to continue to smooth out some of these questions and what it looks like, because nobody has a perfect virtual academy model yet. So I think this was a start in starting to talk about virtual education in Maryland and what it should look like. We align with the exception of the kindergarten piece, but we'll continue to have conversations about the virtual schools. Next slide, please. So this is House Bill 1255, and this is the bill that we asked Dr. Mason to join us for. So again, you have seen this bill. This is Eric Lukey, has brought this bill to you many times. So this is the physical restraints and inclusion. And so this bill, and I'm going to let Dr. Mason talk about it more. However, it changes the policy around restraint and seclusion for children with disabilities. Sabina.
So good afternoon, President Wolf, Board of Education members, and Dr. McKnight. House Bill 1255 definitely has, of course, been a direct result of recent litigation out of Frederick County Public Schools, as well as the national platform about ultimately eliminating specifically the utilization of seclusion from our school settings. And so I wanted you to know as board members that while Montgomery County will always adhere to county and state and federal regulations, one of the things that this particular bill does allow is for the continuation of that practice in our non-public schools. But Montgomery County is unique in that we do serve a variety of students with disabilities, and our services include children that other jurisdictions would have to send to a non-public school. So when Montgomery County responded to this particular bill, we cited the importance of recognizing that the various different services and school systems are in some degrees going to be impacted because they preclude public school systems from being able to utilize seclusion. So what we are going to do in a very progressive way, we have a team that's currently working on looking at appropriate, safe models for how to utilize space that does not seclude students, even though we have state-of-the-art design structures currently in our school system. And I could certainly invite any board member who would like to see those particular settings and environments. But we will be working on a new model for how to support our students, but to keep them safe. We will not seclude students, but we will provide professional learning and training around that particular aspect. We're benchmarking with other jurisdictions in Maryland and outside of Maryland to see what are some of the strategies that they're using. We want to make sure that we keep our students safe at all times. We also want to make sure that our principals who are supporting those particular programs, and I'm going to name the two in particular. We have the Extensions program, which is designed for students with intellectual disabilities, and oftentimes their rate of aggression can be significantly higher than it would be for other students. And we have had a success in implementing that service for well over 20 years. And then, of course, our special education program for students with emotional disabilities has also utilized those particular settings. And so I just wanted you to know that we are fully aware of this. I know that many of our principals may have concerns about this particular bill because it will provide a barrier in some ways of trying to keep the students as safe as possible, but we will work through some excellent processes and procedures, train our principals, train our staff members on best practices to how to utilize that space. And then most importantly, neighboring jurisdictions like Prince George's County and Baltimore City have not utilized seclusion for many years. They simply removed the doors off of those rooms. Montgomery County Public Schools will have to embark upon the same endeavor to be compliant with this particular policy effective July 1. So I'll continue to be working with facilities management while I'm here to look at all of our spaces to make sure they're compliant, and we'll do our training around that piece. But I wanted to make sure that the board heard from me directly, and I want to thank Laurie Christina for giving me the opportunity to be here today to share that with you.
Thank you, Dr. Mason. Just one more point on that, which is you may see this come up in your budgeting conversations. There is a large cost here because it will require additional training. So anyone who comes into regular contact, which we are still determining what that is, but it will be an increase. You can see we say up to 25,000 more staff would need to be trained. And so you may see a large budget issue come from this. So that's just a heads up. Okay, next slide, please. You can stay. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have a question for Dr. Mason? Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. And I'm just wondering, based on what you were just sharing, when we look at a consent item that we have today on consent item is item 13.4, non-public type 2 education, and the RFP for the foundation schools, is that getting to what you were just talking about in some of the modifications that we'll be making?
Actually, that is quite different. Montgomery County Public Schools during the previous school year under the previous associate decided that it was important to have what's called a type 2 special education program in our school system. And so when I returned and learned about the RFP that had been issued, I began to work to implement that because it had already been awarded to the foundation school. So think of it in this way, very simply. A type 1 is a regular non-public school that we would send a student to on a bus to get to that destination. A type 2 is when you establish components of a non-public school inside of a comprehensive public school setting. And so our type 2 will be implemented at the Blair Ewing Center beginning in the fall of 2022. And they will be able to continue to utilize restraint and seclusion because they are considered a non-public school.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Did I understand you to say, Dr. Mason, that we have students that are coming from other districts that we're serving? And did I understand that correctly?
No, just to clarify again, it's just that Montgomery County has always developed such an array of services. I apologize, I'm going to take my mask off. Montgomery County has always developed such an array of services that we are able to serve more students in our comprehensive schools than many jurisdictions.
Okay.
And we don't plan to send them to non-publics. We're going to continue to serve them here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have questions for Dr. Mason?
I just wanted to say I want to come and visit a school with you, okay?
Okay, we'd love to set that up.
All
All
right.
right, thank you so much.
Yeah, I also did that training program. It was very good. I'd recommend all of our board members
Yes.
try it if they haven't done it. But
Yes.
It's good training.
Yes, Jody Chessman will lead that work. Thank you so much.
Okay, the last bill that I wanted to share with you was the school safety bill, is in the school safety area. And so this is a bill also we've been working on for many years. There is a loophole in students who are part of juvenile services who then come to our schools and who may have gotten into trouble. And there is a reporting mechanism, and there's some loopholes in that reporting mechanism. So from school to school, we communicate with each other. From school system to school system, we communicate with each other. The whole is with DJS. We've been working really hard to fix that. Unfortunately, this bill does not fix that, but that was what the original bill was, which is why it came before you. This bill did make some changes that we're not necessarily thrilled with, but the most important thing is it doesn't change the notification process, which there were bills out there that were trying to say that they didn't have to tell the superintendent at all unless a student had been all the way through indictment and found guilty, which is not how it works currently. But what the bill did say is that if a student is a student with disabilities and that student has an attorney, the principal cannot ask them questions about the event, the reportable offense events, without their attorney present. So that is a huge change. In general, you can question, a principal can question students without parents present or attorneys present. This is specific to students with disabilities, and they will be reporting it back to the governor and the General Assembly starting in 2023 to see what's happening. So it's a beginning to get some data on this. So there's no fiscal impact for us, but we will have to do some work with our principals to make sure they understand what they're allowed to ask and what they're not allowed to ask. I think we'll see this bill go through some revisions. There was a lot of fighting around this bill, and I think we're going to see some changes. But in the meantime, I think it's really important that our principals know that, especially if you're dealing with a student with disability, you may not question them at all about a reportable offense issue that may have occurred.
Well, what ensures that they have an attorney?
So that's going to come out in the regulations, and we don't have there's no guidance yet as to what to find. So could the kid say, oh, I have an attorney, you can't ask me? Right now, yes. Well, once it becomes into effect, which is not until July, but until the regulations come out that determine what is having an attorney. Does that mean you have to have given a retainer already? Like, that part is not worked out yet.
But that's kind of an equity issue for
Right.
families because attorneys require money.
Right.
So did they have any discussion around that? Let me
Yeah.
Right,
just
and
say.
whether or not parents can be acting.
We opposed this bill in part for equity reasons because we felt that it did not make the changes to the loophole that we were looking for, and it actually put our principals in a more difficult situation. All 25 of our high school principals support the reportable offenses bill, and so we did not support this bill. There was 3 bills about this topic. This is the only one that got through. It did end up with a lot of changes. Unfortunately, they were not all to our benefit.
Okay, go ahead, finish.
All right.
Has there been discussion, was there discussion though about the parent aspect of it or no?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by the parent aspect?
Well, like parents being able to represent the child in lieu of an attorney.
So according to the conversation that was had in committee, no, but that wouldn't be the case. But again, until the regulations come out that really define what it means, I can't say yes or no for sure. Next slide, please. So I have given you guys a ton of materials on board docs, including MABE's PowerPoint presentation. They have a slide for essentially every bill we've looked at, as well as the 90-day report that comes out. But this PowerPoint was just meant to be highlights. So these were a few more bills I wanted you to know that did pass, that are of interest perhaps to you guys. The first one, the student member of the board one, obviously we supported that bill. That would give the student member of the board's compensation will be equal to room and board and tuition for a year at University of Maryland. However, I want you to know there was an amendment that was added at the last minute in the Senate, and that amendment says that at no time is the student board member allowed to make more than the adult board members. And so I have spoken with a couple of people in our delegation, and 3 of them have said that they're going to bring a bill forward about board member compensation next year. So we are working on that, but I think it was important to note that there was a lot of conversation around increasing the student member of the board's salary without increasing the salary of the regular board members. So I wanted you to know that passed. Similarly, Prince George's County, so that was a local bill for Prince George's County. Their Board of Education did have a bill passed that's requiring them to have a work group. They are transitioning to some elected, I believe there's some elected and some appointed, and they're transitioning to all elected. So that's part of the reason that they need to do this, is they need to kind of figure some of this out. I think it will be interesting for us to watch them and to see what they're doing and to be good colleagues and learn, because I think that those are conversations that are going to continue here for us, especially as we do approach next session and we want to ask for more compensation for board members. So I wanted you to know that that passed. Baltimore County, as they're requiring training for their student member and for their board members. So they now have in legislation that they have to have training on budget, but they are now allowing their student board member to vote on matters relating to budget, which previous to this bill, they were not able to. So again, local bill, but Board of Education bill, important for you guys to know what's going on everywhere else. The Purple Stars program, I think it's just a really cool program. We supported this bill. It is for military families. I think, we have a lot of military families here, and they tend to be a smaller group than in states like Virginia. However, we do some really amazing work around it, and this is going to recognize that work. And so I think it's just an important bill that you guys know is out there. Next slide. So the fun part is all the bills that didn't pass. So I already told you all the curriculum bills didn't pass. So even though we supported some of these, none of the curriculum bills passed. Crime on school grounds, self-contained education classrooms, videotaping. So here's where you begin to see which ones we won and which ones we didn't win. And you can see where, so that bill about crime on school grounds, that was with the reportable offenses bill, right? So we were arguing back and forth. We won one, we didn't get the other one, that kind of. So here you see that again. Most of these we did support. We didn't have an issue with them, but the General Assembly felt that they were a little too in the weeds. The sexting bill, carbon dioxide is coming back. Jared will bring that back next year. We supported that bill. We're doing that work. But just a very quick kind of look at what didn't pass. Next slide, please. The last slide just says questions, and so that is it. Again, there's tons of material that I provided for you, including Mabe's entire presentation of every bill, but these were the top bills that I thought were of importance to you guys. So if after you have a chance to look at everything, if you have questions, please let me know.
I have a couple of questions, yes. Danielle, just two. On the virtual academy, can we keep it for 2020? Can we keep kindergarten in it for the next year, or does it have to come out immediately?
It's going to have to come out. Wow.
Okay, because it says allows existing virtual schools to remain.
Yeah, it has to come out.
Okay.
Yes, because the bill becomes effective July 1st, so for the next school year, we're under that law, and that law requires us to remove kindergarten.
Okay, because it did say allows existing virtual academies.
For this year.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
So that you didn't change in the middle of the year.
I just have one other question. What is a limited absence under the mental health thing for students? Did they define what a limited absence was?
So I can double check on that for you. What I believe it means that within the 10 days, so you're allowed up to 10% before you're considered chronically absent. And so I believe it's less than that. So limited meaning it's less than before it triggers that there's an issue. However, I don't know for sure that that's what they meant in that bill, so I can get back to you on that.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri, I saw your light.
Yeah, I know that the sales of ghost guns did pass, the ban on sales of ghost guns in Maryland passed, but the bill for gun safety storage did not pass. And
that
I
is
think
correct.
That is equally important, and so I would hope that we can support that for next year, so that our students, so that people that choose to own guns are storing them safely. There's not much that we can do about that, but certainly the legislature can do something.
We did support that bill. I do expect to see that bill come back, and I'll bring it back to you guys again for your support as well. But as you said, the ban on ghost guns did pass. That's significant. We did support that. But there was separately a bill that was about it required gun owners to have the guns locked up and the ammunition separate, which is the case. There are some states that have that. It is what Moms Against
Demand Action.
Yes, that is what they advocate for as well. So I think we will keep seeing that bill. We did support it, and I will bring it back to you guys next session as well. Thank you.
Even though it didn't pass, though, we are still supporting sending out notices about gun safety, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Daka?
Yeah, just two short questions. About the virtual academy or virtual school, we can still have one class that's virtual if it's the kind of class we can't get in every school. We can still do that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay, and the other thing about restraints, it says, you're saying that it's going to cost a lot of money. Are FTE full-time teachers going to get some of that training as well because they have special ed students included?
Right. So what the law did, what it changed, and the reason that number went up so high is because it said anybody that has regular contact. So a regular ed teacher may have regular contact with that student. Now, defining regular contact has not been defined yet. It'll be defined in the regulations. But from a common sense perspective, we know that regular contact, I mean, there is a precedent to say the front office person has regular contact with a student who comes into the office all of the time. So we have some ideas of what that's going to mean, but it will hugely increase the number of people who have to be trained, because think about how many people a student interacts with in a day. It will include some of those regular education teachers as well.
So can I just follow up on Dr. Daka's question, and maybe I'm not understanding what you're asking, but should this endemic, if we're in endemic now, continue, and a whole kindergarten class kind of ends up in quarantine, would we be able to support them virtually during that period under this?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm looking at Ms. Sharon, but yes, it's a whole school.
Right.
So the virtual school is a
I'm
separate
just talking
school.
about the class. If
Right.
you're in a regular class in the kindergarten, if there's some outbreak in the class,
Yes,
would we
because
be able to
the
provide?
bill only applies to a completely virtual school.
Virtual school,
It doesn't
okay.
apply to a regular school that may have virtual classes.
Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Yes, and President Wolf, I just wanted to say one example we can liken that to is like on emergency weather. You know, if that were a situation and we had to utilize a virtual platform, it would be available to all students. They aren't enrolled in the virtual academy, but we do have approval of certain circumstances in which we need to use online learning.
I just wanted to be sure so that the parents wouldn't start writing us. So I'm not seeing any other lights at this time, so we will go on break and we will return at 1:55. Welcome back. At this time, we're up to item number 9, and I'm going to ask Dr. McKnight to proceed.
Thank you, President Wolf. I am pleased to be joined today with the MCPS team, and I also understand that we have members of the Department of Health and Human Services who will also join us in discussing the student support and mental health services. It is an important topic that we are discussing today, but it's an important topic that we continue to engage in discussion around, as the needs of our students have been significant, and it is through partnership with the school system and other agencies that we will continue to think and come up with innovative ways to address the needs of our students. And so we are committed to that work, and students' mental health, social development, and emotional balance are key to their abilities to regulate their emotions, relate to and socialize with peers and adults, and focus on their education so that they can achieve both social and academic success in school. Today, you're going to receive an update on student services provided by the Office of Student and Family Engagement and engagement in staff in their collaborative efforts with other offices and community agencies to help us do this work. So this information also includes how services are communicated to students, staff, and families. We've heard from families in multiple spaces that they continue to want to know how we are engaging with providing supports to students, and most importantly, how they're able to access that support. So today we're going to share more about how we are communicating and sharing that information so that it is readily available to students and families who need those services. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Davis, and any other staff, you can come down so that we can begin the presentation. Join us at the table.
So good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. McKnight. Good afternoon to President Wolf, also to Vice President Silvestre, and to members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity, as always, to represent student family support and engagement in a topic that is extremely important as we continue to move forward. We just want to thank you for the opportunity again today to talk about student supports, as you can see, and mental health services, which includes our mental health services. As I have done previously, I always like to draw the connection to the topic as far as how it relates to our Board of Ed strategic plan, our well-being and family support, also our DSET, our well-being support, as well as to Dr. McKnight's priorities, and one of which speaks to the fostering of workplaces of social emotional wellness for both students and staff. I don't think I have to convince any of you of the timeliness or relevance of this topic, particularly as we continue to navigate this mental health crisis throughout the endemic, as Dr. McKnight has referred to it as, which has definitely put an exclamation point on the work that we do. My colleagues and I strongly believe that engaging our stakeholders in this discussion is critical for us to rebuild trust, another one of Dr. McKnight's priority areas. In addition to the SFSE colleagues who join me today, as you heard, both at the table and in the audience, I'm thankful to have colleagues from OTLS, from communications, from facilities, as well as our partners from the Department of Health and Human Services. I'll ask my colleagues to introduce themselves in turn as they present. Among the many themes that we hope to share today is the message that, like the shared responsibility that we are obligated to and have for our newcomer students and also for our special education students, the well-being, safety, and security of all students is everyone's responsibility. This work is grounded in people and not simply in resources and in programs. We go to the next slide, please. Our charge, simply put, is to return to wellness for all students, all staff, and all schools. The lives of our students are at stake. We cannot lose another student, and we must prevent students from losing hope, particularly when they feel that harm, self-injury, substance use, or even taking their lives is the only answer or a coping mechanism. We must keep hope alive in order for us to prosper. During the past several weeks, I've witnessed the need to return to wellness. This included dropping by multiple schools to observe and experience the mindfulness spaces, the lessons, the activities, as well as supporting the amazing work of our crisis teams, including our DHHS partners at several schools. So how do we return to wellness? First, we must reflect upon our journey, including our entry point and what led us to where we are today. Although we can't spend too much time looking in the rearview mirror, a walk through history does help to inform our successes as well as our shortcomings. For example, as you will hear in the presentation, although we have made great strides in hiring in some areas, we continue to search, recruit, and develop pipelines for retention in others. Although the Community Engagement Officer program has been revised, there will still be work, such as our training and our data collection, that is needed for full implementation in an equitable way across the district. Finally, we recognize that although much work has been done to implement and revise our SEL curriculum, Leader in Me, we are anticipating ongoing revisions for cohorts 2 and 3 that will be guided by our implementation data and stakeholder input, which you will hear more about later in the presentation. I did hear that addressed earlier in the testimony. In the spirit of continuous improvement, we have made great strides, but have much work to be done. Suffice it to say, our charge is to ensure the well-being, safety, and security of all students and staff through a purposeful continuum of supports that addresses a wide range of student needs. And although student needs will always guide our work, we recognize that students are not alone in needing to prioritize their wellness. Staff is also looking to balance that. That allows for them to care for themselves. In addition to this, aligning with Dr. McKnight's second priority of wellness, prioritizing staff wellness, also aligns with the S in Prosper, supporting staff to meet student needs. For example, through colleagues in OHRD, specifically our Employee Assistance Program, as well as our Employee Retiree and Services Center's Well Aware Program, these are just several resources to support our adult well-being. And I just want to let you know that that will not be the main focus of our presentation today, but we must foster and celebrate the need to attend to staff wellness as well. Our overall charge is to continue planning ahead of the need, to be innovative and to remain flexible and agile as the needs change. For example, you will hear about creating spaces of positive presence, including Dads on Duty, as well as People, Animals, Love, or PAL. We're continuing to look for ways to de-escalate, as well as to respond to crises with positive supports from our community partners and parent leaders. This includes the well-being enhancements that Mr. Monteleone and I have come before you previously to share. And to refresh, just several examples of those include creating dedicated time and space for wellness, developing the mindset of staff to provide tiered support to all students, coordinating our human capital, developing our student leaders and collecting student voice, and developing open, honest, and consistent communication and feedback processes. These enhancements are meant to create or enhance an existing culture of well-being. Our charge for today's presentation is to share a comprehensive overview of the supports that are available, to bring them to life, and to share how we communicate these resources to our community. Next slide, please. As I prepare for today's presentation, I continue to reflect upon the common greeting used by the Maasai people of Africa, and how are the children, referring to their well-being. As the Board of Ed, as well as several members of the SFSC team recall, we have heard from numerous students who have testified about the need to prioritize well-being, to connect them with additional resources, as well as to think differently about how we structure our school time. I want to acknowledge their comments and their feedback and to say that we hear you and we look forward to sharing some of the innovative ideas that align with this charge. To keep our charge front and center, as well as to prioritize student voice, let's watch this excerpt from several of our students who participated in our Waymaking series during the Mental Health Fair earlier this year.
What are some of the concerns that you are seeing with students in the schools that you attend?
It was very hard to transition for many students back into the in-person environment. We lost that connection socially and physically, talking to our teachers and talking with our peers. I think it had a big impact on how students perceived their environment and perceived how they actually feel and how they work in a social environment.
Many students have lacked motivation and energy to be able to handle workload and extracurriculars. There's also been a feeling of there being a lack of resources for a lot of students. And so, I've seen depression, stress, and anxiety levels be at an all-time high just this past quarter.
We struggled with stress and anxiety coming back from a virtual environment. And it's been really hard trying to manage that work-life balance that many of us, didn't have over the pandemic. A lot of us, it felt like our teachers were piling on work, not getting our struggles. And they really, I guess they're trying to, make us understand and teach us the material, but they kind of felt like they're piling things on. And many of us felt really overwhelmed because of that.
So as I watched this video, I could not help but reflect upon several of the comments that were shared around student well-being during Dr. McKnight's community conversation this past Saturday at Paint Branch High School. One student reminded us about the need to not only support the students who cry out for help in a very vocal way, but also for those who do so in a more reserved or subdued manner. Another student came up to me after the community conversation and suggested an app that might be used for students to access student mental health resources, as well as an online mental health course. Toward the end of the presentation, Mr. Cram will share more details around app development. We are thankful to have our students as critical thought partners in ensuring the social, emotional, and academic success for all. We could go to the next slide, please. I think we're already there. Today's presentation will be framed around the Be Well 365 initiative. This initiative prioritizes our commitment to the physical, social, and psychological well-being, again, of all students, all staff, and all schools, which includes our families. A primary goal of Be Well 365 is to provide students with the knowledge, skills, and abilities to support academic growth, personal success, as well as success in college, career, and community. This goal is obtained through the 6 categories or essentials that allow us to address a wide variety of student needs through a holistic approach to this work. In order to continue to advance this initiative, a comprehensive approach that is proactively embedded into our operations and culture is needed, much like the leadership structure for the Office of School Support and Well-Being reflects for fiscal year 23. Again, our presentation will walk you through several examples of how we are demonstrating and bringing to life the 6 essentials: culturally responsive relationship building, restorative justice, mental and emotional health, positive character education and empathy, trauma-informed practices, and physical health and wellness for the well-being, safety, and security of all students. Although the SFSC team is often the face of this work, we recognize the face cannot survive without the body. There are many MCPS offices and colleagues who serve as collaborators in leading and supporting this work, including various community partners. You will hear from one of them in a little bit. We can go to the next slide, please. Those of you who work closely with students in schools understand that supporting students' needs requires a wide range of resources that are clear, visible, and accessible, and that address the varied needs of all students. It is imperative that these resources meet our students and families where they are, and that they are operationalized and brought to scale across all of our schools. MCPS provides a tiered continuum of mental and emotional supports to students and staff. The multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS, is grounded in the understanding that there are services that all students benefit from, while other supports or services are needed by only some of our students. There is no panacea or silver bullet. These differentiated levels of support are referred to as Tier 1, as you can see there reflected in the pyramid, universal essentials for all. Tier 2, targeted supports, and Tier 3, intensive. Providing social, emotional, and mental health support in all schools requires multiple types of interventions at all 3 tiers. Having supports at all 3 tiers provides a comprehensive system to support all student needs. Tier 1 support, such as our Be Well 365 Essentials you just heard me speak about, or Leader in Me curriculum, provides support to all students. Tier 2 supports, aimed at 5 to 10% of our student population, are for students targeted to need additional resources, such as group counseling from our psychologist, social worker, or school counselor. Students needing intensive support at Tier 3 may be referred to linkages to learning or to other wraparound services through community agencies. These students may receive a functional behavioral assessment, FBA, or a behavioral intervention plan, a BIP. Tier 3 supports align with approximately 1 to 5% of our student population. Again, students that require targeted or intensive supports require these supports as needed. Due to the fact that many of these students do not receive Tier 2 or Tier 3 services, students and families may be unaware of these services. As you will hear later in the presentation, we are collaborating with our partners in communication to better communicate eligibility and availability of the services, resources that are connected to each tier of the pyramid that you see displayed. To assist with this understanding, we have included an attachment in the board docs memo that lists school-based services by school. This document is also listed on our SFSC website. Next slide, please. And now I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Neff.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Neff, and I'm the Director of Pupil Personnel and Attendance Services, and I'm proud to support 53 PPWs and our court liaison specialists. Thank you for recognizing Pupil Personnel Worker Month earlier this morning. In order to most effectively interact with our students and families, especially in the areas of health and wellness, we must do so in culturally responsive ways. The staff members you see listed here have specific training, skill sets, including being bilingual or multilingual, and experience that allow them to work collaboratively with our parent community. Similarly, our school-based teams are made up of these same staff members and implement culturally responsive and anti-racist practices. Next slide, please. Student well-being teams are alive and well in all 209 of our schools. Through the end of April, student well-being teams have discussed concerns related to 5,171 students. I've had the opportunity to visit student well-being teams in many schools across all 3 levels, and I have the privilege of participating weekly in the student well-being team at Einstein High School. While each of these schools has customized their structures and processes to meet the unique needs of their school communities, each performs the important function of supporting their most vulnerable students and families. Current data has been provided in the board memo. During the height of the pandemic, a majority of the cases were related to attendance and engagement. While attendance and engagement continue to constitute more than half of all referrals, cases involving students demonstrating social emotional concerns have significantly increased. Well over 3 out of 4 of our students discussed by student well-being team are our Black and brown students. School teams continue to collaboratively problem solve and conduct root cause analysis to address the barriers that enable the disproportionality we see in many of our data points to continue. Students in poverty encompass nearly 80% of the students discussed by student well-being teams. Similarly, students with disabilities and emergent multilingual learners are discussed at rates higher than their representation in our overall population. In addition to their regular student well-being team meetings, PPWs lead their student well-being teams to address complex crisis situations. Each of these situations on the slide is a case where the student well-being team was leveraged to make sure that immediate needs were reviewed and discussed, and the longer-term needs of students and families were kept at the forefront. with the goal being as little disruption to the students and/or families' educational experience as possible. Next slide, please. And this is a slide where everybody goes, "Aw." Emotional support dogs have been introduced to students in many schools following a variety of crises, including the Silver Spring fire and the shooting at Magruder High School. Students have consistently commented on how comforting the presence of the dogs has been as they recover from the trauma. And we continue to send our furry friends out to support students and staff as needs have arisen. I will now turn the presentation over to Ms. Shauna K. Duranby to provide an update on our restorative justice work.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, everyone. We have had many opportunities to hear about the work of restorative justice as we have expanded the philosophy and the beliefs of restorative justice across Montgomery County Public Schools. But today I just want to focus in on what will be new for next school year. We are proud to announce that mandatory compliance modules have been completed for the 2022-23 school year for RJ. This is an increase from the 11,000 teachers who took RJ training last year to all of our staff. We know that if RJ is about building community, forming relationships, empowering students and staff in their own spaces, that it takes all of us. So no longer will this be a training for teachers and specific staff, but for all of our staff, our cafeteria workers, our bus drivers, our partners that will take our compliance training this year for the first time, including some of our CEOs and some of our partners here with us today. So we're really proud of that effort. We are working this summer on joint training through the MOU with MCPD and DHHS. We are excited to partner with professionals in other arenas to make sure that we all understand the philosophy of RJ in MCPS as the host environment. We are providing additional supports in the form of restorative justice coaches. One thing that we've talked about specifically at this table, or the one in the other room, is elementary schools. So I do want to say that specifically. Elementary schools, all of our elementary schools will be receiving an RJ Coach stipend. And I thank everyone for their advocacy around that. That will enable us to extend the work throughout our elementary schools. Wellness coaches are being introduced in our community schools. This year, we're moving from 19 community schools to 26. They will be able to be served by this new position, focused on mindfulness, restorative justice, and other well-being structures. And then also this summer, student-led, led by the students, the creation of RJ support groups and clubs. That's one area that was recommended by some of our other focus groups, whether it was the Student Wellbeing Action Group or Reimagining School Safety, Security, and Wellbeing, is getting those student groups and those peer supports up and running in each of our schools. We want that led by students, run by students, and so we'll have students coming in this summer to work on that. So those are our RJ updates. Next slide, please. Social workers, I am so proud to, and I'm sitting here with my binder, I'm gonna circle it. Contained in these pages, should you like to see it, are all 33 of our social workers. And I'm really proud of MCPS today because it feels like a promise fulfilled. Not only have they been hired, but we have listened to our students, we've listened to our parents, and our social workers are not only qualified, certified, but also a diverse group of candidates that will meet the needs of each school. They have been personally matched, and it's been a process working with some of our counseling supervisors, and for what schools need. I can report that 11 of them are bilingual social workers that speak Spanish and English, and 21 of them will be in our schools before the end of May. Right now, 17 are in, the other 4 start next week. And I'd like to recognize Stephanie Wallace, our social worker supervisor, who's in the audience today. Additionally, we have been working with our universities to increase our pipeline of social workers through interns. And so we have space for 25 interns this year. On the slide, it says 8, but we're up to about 10 interns who have been matched with schools. And we did a wonderful presentation at the University of Shady Grove just this week, and have new applications in where we have to screen our new interns and interview them for the internship. So I'm really proud of that. That's going to be over 50 additional staff members. We know we cannot hire our way out of a crisis. We know all of our supports are not just in the human resource realm, but today is a really good day for moving the work forward in that particular arena. Next slide, please. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Chester.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Christina Chester. I am the Director of Psychological Services, and I am proud to say that I support our district's mental health, social emotional learning, and crisis intervention services. And I also supervise 160 employees that fall under the school psychologists and our bilingual assessment team. And so today, to help us to illustrate the support that students and their families receive around mental and emotional health, I wanted to highlight a few of our initiatives that are in this area. So first is our Signs of Suicide Prevention program that is conducted in all of our secondary schools, grades 6 through 12. And the goal of this program is to teach students how to act. First, to acknowledge their friends' feelings, how to care for them, and how to tell a trusted adult about their friends' potential suicidal thoughts and feelings, and also if they see that their friends are depressed or show other signs of mental illness. And so this program really does help to teach our students how to seek help out for a friend who is in need. It also talks about the signs of suicidal ideation and depression, and reinforces the understanding that we know that most students, most adolescents, when they talk to their friends, they may not be talking to other adults. And we understand that we need to make sure that all of our students understand that this is never a secret that we should keep. And so with that, we want to make sure that they truly do understand the need of, if a friend comes to them and says, I'm feeling like this, or I just feel like life shouldn't go on, go and tell somebody. Tell an adult at home, tell an adult at school, so that services can be provided for that friend. And so we also want to make sure that we highlight our mental health partners in the community for their support in providing those Tier 2 and Tier 3 intensive supports to our students and families. We have contracted with our Jewish Social Service Association, JESA, to provide in-person and telehealth services to 16 of our schools, including supporting Magruder after the school shooting, providing support to Richard Montgomery High School, and also the BCC after the multiple crises that have happened there this year. And so with that, because we want to make sure that the reason why we put in place the RFP and JESA was selected, because we understand that there are communities that are what we call mental health deserts, that they don't have the mental health resources that other communities do. So by doing this, this allowed for students in those communities, like up in Burtonsville, the Magruder area, and in Poolsville, to be able to get support that isn't readily available in those communities. And so with that, because of the success with this, we are currently working on an RFP for additional mental health, telehealth, and in-person services in our schools. The anticipated start date of this is for the 2022-2023 school year. The RFP is forthcoming and will be posted on the MCPS Procurement Open Solicitations website, as well as eMaryland Marketplace in the near future. In addition, we have hired provisionally hired a mental health coordinator in February of 2022. Our new coordinator is a social worker by trade and oversees initiatives like JESA, Our Minds Matter, and our trauma-informed practices work. We also have support, continue our relationships with groups like Caring Matters and providing good grief groups for those students who have experienced significant loss in their lives. And as always, our continued partnership with DHHS for our Linkages to Learning work, which will be discussed later in the presentation. Next slide. We also wanted to bring back that, despite everything that's been going on with the pandemic and all the support, we are continuing with our MCPS Waymaking video series. And we know that waymaking has been particularly popular with our families, students, and staff. We do have, I think now, maybe 3 or 4 videos that have been recently released that really focus on what is information for our families to understand about common mental health disorders and how to receive different types of treatment supports and what are the resources that are available to address it. We currently have a video available on depression, eating disorders, and autism. And so we are also working with our communications office to support another student mental health forum. We were very successful with our first one that happened in November during our Mental Health Awareness Week. We had over 1,500 students attend this live session. We understand that we have a continued need to gather student voice data around mental health needs, and that we want to make sure that we are continuing to look to them to help us in destigmatizing mental health as well. We also want to highlight our new Dads on Duty initiative that initially was implemented at Seneca Valley High School. This program was recently recognized with the Community of Recognition Award as a champion for children. We want to highlight this program by showing the audience a brief clip that will help our audience understand what the program is all about.
We did see, as I mentioned, a need for just a presence that we felt that we can do even more. And so it was really brainstorming and thinking of, because this wasn't the only idea. There were other suggestions as well, but this one was the one that came up that was more impactful, we felt, and would resonate with students. And so it would put us in a vulnerable position, but we were willing to do that.
They're there for the kids. And so it's a regular occurrence where we see the dads interacting, laughing, shooting basketballs, really just getting to know the kids. The kids are now expecting our dads to be there, and they're going to them to share their grades or to share the celebrations that they have. They've very quickly developed strong and significant relationships. And I think it's something that has made a significant difference as a result.
If you go back to the slide deck. And so we also want to make sure that we mention our continued collaboration with Our Minds Matter and the Devin C. Rubenstein Foundation that supports the implementation of our Minds Matter student-led clubs in 17 of our high schools and the pilot that's occurring this year in 2 of our middle schools. We hope to expand the high school and middle school clubs next year. This club is available to help students learn more about mental health and to help destigmatize mental health in all of our schools. Next slide. And so next, I want to highlight our model for providing crisis intervention support for staff and students in our schools. The Prepare Crisis Prevention and International Curriculum, which is an international model from the National Association of School Psychologists, supports our crisis teams to make sure that we are able to triage what we call acute traumatic events that occur within our schools, like student deaths as an example. This allows us to use their assessment tools or triage data to help us determine what are the appropriate types of crisis intervention support that are needed in our schools. By using the principles of physical and emotional proximity, vulnerabilities, and warning signs, that helps us to determine who is most in need of support and help us to determine the correct amount of staff that are needed to provide support. The research shows that by us providing too much support in the school can actually potentially do harm. So we want to make sure that we are using the data that has been provided by folks who know what's going on, the students, the staff in the school the most, in order to help us to determine what are the appropriate amount of resources that are needed as we are providing this support. And this model truly does allow us to appropriately plan and in a purposeful way assign resources to the school that are needed. But I can't talk about crisis intervention support without really getting into the collaboration that is needed to provide the more detailed support in our schools when these traumatic events happen. And so we want to make sure that folks know that our work does align with the Incident Command System, or ICS structure, that our district-wide safety and security uses when providing crisis response support in our schools. We do work very closely with our chief safety officer and his staff during crisis situations that occur throughout the district. We also work with our EAP partners to make sure that our staff are receiving the support that they need, because we understand that while, students may be the ones, say if a student died, students may be the ones who maybe interact, on a personal level every day, but we know that our staff are emotionally impacted. They connect with the students. They work with them, work with their families, work with their friends around what's going on. And we truly do understand that we need the support from our EAP partners, and including agencies like HEPRO, in order to be able to provide support for everyone that is within the building. We also work very closely with our DHHS partners. They have been a true ally with us. All of the emergencies that have happened this year, they have been hand in hand on phone calls with us as we develop our incident action plan, or IAP. We go through and determine, okay, what are the supports that our staff are providing? What are things that we need from DHHS to come in and provide? And so they truly have been a great thought partner when these events happen and providing additional support for us during these times. And so again, we are just very grateful to them, and also our MCPD partners in providing support to our schools during all of these times. And in addition, and then lastly, I want to make sure, my division is also responsible for conducting suicide risk assessments and conducting behavior threat assessments. And so when we have students who potentially are suicidal, or who are displaying signs that they want to go out and do serious harm to others, we do work together, my staff as well as the staff with safety and security, especially our security cluster coordinators, in providing support to the schools and determining what are the appropriate interventions and supports that are needed in order to maintain the safety for everyone within our schools. Next slide. And so with this, in our next step, we're going to talk about trauma-informed practices. And I am very, very excited to discuss our collaboration with MCPD on our new Handle with Care initiative. We are currently piloting this in District 5 in the Up-County area. This is an initiative that started in West Virginia and is currently in most Maryland schools, but it allows law enforcement officers to share with us when a student has experienced certain types of potentially traumatic experiences in their homes and in community, example being like domestic violence in the home. And so the law enforcement officer sends a message directly to our MCPS point of contact and tells them to handle with care this particular student and their family. They share with us the information about the name of the student and the school of attendance. And so then our MCPS point of contact then contacts the school to share with the school that they should handle with care the student who's experienced this potentially traumatic event in their schools. And so while MCPD does not share the exact event that occurred, but having that information does allow our schools to understand that if a student may be behaving differently, maybe they're sleeping because they were up all night because the police were in their home, or maybe they're behaviorally acting out. So we know that we should come in with a trauma-informed approach in order to provide support to that student in that moment. And those cases are then referred to our student well-being teams so that they can continue to monitor the student over the long term to make sure they're getting the support that they need. In addition, we have had several training this year that have been made available, including our Neurosequential Model in Education, or NME training. The ETCs, our ESOL transition counselors, have completed this training, and it draws upon the neurosequential model of therapeutics, a neurodevelopmentally informed, biologically respectful perspective on human development and functioning. This helps educators to understand student behavior and their performance. The goal of this is to educate faculty and students in basic concepts of neurosequential development, and then to teach them how to apply this knowledge to teaching and learning process. And so while it's not a specific intervention, it really does help our staff to understand brain development and then how trauma also then impacts this. We also have our cognitive behavioral intervention for trauma in schools, CBITS and bounce back training. This is training we had a grant that helped us to pay for. Our counselors, our psychologists, to go through and learn how to provide this very specific Tier 2, Tier 3 group and individual intervention for students who have experienced traumatic events. Our goal for this first cohort of students, we work with the University of Maryland National Center for School Mental Health in providing this training, and that we have a group of staff members who are becoming trainers so that we can have additional staff that will be trained next year. And we do hope to also, include, again, more counselors, more psychologists, and our social workers to make sure that we're all providing this type of support in all of our schools. We continue to provide youth mental health first aid training. I know sometimes there was some conversations earlier around, are we still doing this? We still have it. And so it is available on PDO for all of our staff to be able to sign up if they want to learn more about different types of mental illnesses and how to provide support to staff. It is an all-day training, and so that is available. We also have La Cultura Cura training that our school-based ESOL counselors, our ETCs, our PCCs, our parent community coordinators, PPWs, and other staff from our MET sites who are completing a training that is designed to support educational institutions and community-based organizations with the goal of developing and implementing a cultural-based, trauma-informed, healing-based program. Sessions are designed for school staff members who have participated in and completed the La Cultura Cura training and curriculum certification. And so with this additional work, and in addition, with the hiring of our new mental health coordinator, she has been very hard at work in developing our third phase of our trauma-informed teaching training, and also a trauma-informed schools checklist that'll be available for all schools for their ILTs to use to see, are they implementing trauma-informed practices in their school? And we are currently working with Magruder High School in order for this to be piloted so that all of the three trainings and the checklist will be available hopefully this summer for staff to be able to take. And with that, I want to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Karen Cruz, who will talk next about positive character education.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Cruz, and I am the Director of Student Wellbeing and Achievement, and I support our school counseling and our mentoring work. I also supervise the professional development and programming for our over 200 school counselors, as well as our college and career information coordinators and our school-based ESOL counselors at the high school level. I'm going to share information on how we are supporting the positive character education and empathy pillar of Be Well 365 through our SEL curriculum. Next slide. This year, we started SEL curriculum implementation with the Leader in Me. Our first cohort consisted of 80 schools, and throughout the year, the Cohort 1 schools created school-level implementation teams, also known as lighthouse teams, that determined how implementation would occur at their school. As a component of implementation, our Cohort 1 schools are currently completing the MRA, or Spring Measurable Results Assessments, in their schools. The MRA survey is given to staff, students, and families to assess 3 areas: leadership, culture, and academics. The MRA results are used by the school to review strengths and challenges and develop action plans to support student success in each area. Throughout this year, feedback from the Lighthouse teams was shared with our Leader in Me super team and used to make several changes to the Cohort 2 district level implementation plan. For example, the feedback indicated a need to provide more information about Leader in Me and the implementation before summer training began. As a result, we started onboarding our Cohort 2 schools this past December. During onboarding, the schools received information about Leader in Me and the entire implementation process. There were also changes made to the curriculum and our training materials. This spring and summer, training will begin with revised lessons and updated training materials. In addition, the Office of Shared Accountability will be conducting an evaluation of the first year of Leader in Me implementation. We will use these results for further updates and revisions to the curriculum. Next slide. The Leader in Me supports positive character development through alignment with the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, also known as the CASEL framework. The CASEL SEL framework envisions children and adults as self-aware, caring, responsible, engaged, and lifelong learners who work together to achieve their goals and create a more inclusive and just world. There are 3 key learning objectives from Leader in Me that are aligned with CASEL. They are understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others. The Leader in Me is a 3-year implementation rollout that will lead to all MCPS schools using the curriculum by the conclusion of year 3. As I shared earlier, the MRA data will provide schools with information on how they are progressing in the areas of leadership, culture, and academics. These areas include characteristics such as perseverance, student wellness, confidence, a growth mindset, student motivation, and self-efficacy for self-regulated learning. All of these areas are directly aligned with the CASEL framework. Next slide. Now we will have a video on the Leader in Me. I think.
We have a responsibility to have students go out and be productive citizens in our society. And the earlier we can build on what those components are for them to do that, the better they're going to be.
Our district chose Leader in Me after a long vetting process.
It is so well aligned with so many of our other district initiatives.
The students who were on our committee were very vocal that this was the one that they wanted and not the other ones.
This is a gradual process, but what is so wonderful about it is the skills I'm teaching them are no different than the skills I should be teaching them, but it's within a framework that it helps kind of ground the learning.
We're going to have students learning those leadership skills from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade, and those skills are going to build upon each other in each developmental stage of their life.
We talk about the whole child in education, and most of the time in schools we provide them academic learning, but we don't provide the social emotional learning.
As we think about a pre-K to 12 approach, having students start out at pre-kindergarten defining what is it that I need to be successful as an individual and a part of this community, and to be able to build on that all the way through high school allows us to be able to have students who come out of our schools graduating being community ready.
And now we'll move on to our next segment, which is physical health and wellness. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, MCPS partnered with the Department of Health and Human Services to make the COVID-19 vaccination and booster shots available to the community with a concentrated outreach to Title I schools. We have vaccinated a total of 30,047 people through our DHHS collaborative effort. The vaccinations are still occurring through our cluster events, and I also want to take a moment to share that we were nationally recognized for our success rates. Another part of our physical health and wellness is our personal body safety lessons. The annual personal body safety lessons were given to all students. During the 2020-21 school year, the lessons were revised for pre-K through grade 8, ensuring they were more interactive and more appropriate, age appropriate. A video option was also provided for grades 9 through 12. Lessons, student evaluation forms, and all other resources are available for staff to access on our PBSL resource page. PBSLs will continue to remain a collaborative effort between the counselors and our health educators and/or designee at each secondary school. Next slide. And now I will turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Shauna K. Duranby, to talk about community schools.
So community schools touches on all aspects of wellness for students and families. And I want to highlight a few schools today and some of the work that's been done. Bedtime in a Box is a program that works on providing kits to families to improve the structure of bedtimes each night. So the teddy bears, the blankets, the books to read to students, guides for parents in order to help with structuring a well-structured bedtime so that students can be prepared for school to show their best the next day. Seems like a small thing, but it's very important to all of our learners. Jackson Road Elementary School is one of our community schools that participated in this. Many others did. We had some photos up here that we wanted to highlight that I can share at a different time. Rolling Terrace Elementary School will be one of the 15 schools that is partnering with the Maryland State Youth Soccer Association's Let's Play. We were very happy to have the Washington Spirit come and hand out cleats and soccer balls, and proud to have this going up in 15 of our schools next year for our elementary school learners. In order to get them physically moving, in order to work on social emotional skills, communications, cooperation. So we're very excited about that with our community schools. Next slide, please. Spotlight also on Weller Road Elementary School. Many of our schools have participated in informational sessions and partnerships around nutrition and wellness, as well as access to food and supplies and resources. We could talk today about community farm share and those initiatives going through schools, but I'd like to focus on spotlighting Small Things Matter and Maryland or University of Maryland SNAP Ed. Both were done at the Weller Road site. Both focus on food to insecure families in Montgomery County, about providing especially fresh produce, and also education to families about wellness practices related to food. One more thing about Small Things Matters is they combine that with community service. So our adolescents are the ones that help to serve, to distribute food, and then to thereby serve their own communities. So combining both of those components. Community schools, again, a number of initiatives for next year, including laundry sites at the school so parents can come and do laundry at school, resource centers, which include computers, help with job searches, and any number of things that will impact our families, which impact our students, which impact their performance and their academic success. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it back over to our associate, Mr. Everett Davis, to close us out.
Thank you. We're not quite closing out yet, but we know that was a lot of information, and so we did want to take a pause to allow for discussion. Ms. Wolf, I will turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions at this time? Ms. O'Looney.
Yes, thank you so much for that presentation. I think it's very clear that in Montgomery County we have a lot of mental health resources available to students. We could always have more, especially with a district this size, but we do have a lot. I think the problem starts to come in, and the reason we've had so many students come to the board table and testify is that we have all these resources, but students don't know about them, right? I'm sitting here listening to this presentation. I've heard lots of presentations these past few months, and I've been a student in the system for 13 years, and I've probably not heard of most of these programs. And so I think the real issue, or one of the biggest issues that we need to start tackling moving forward, is the communication plan for how we make sure that these programs are getting to the right students and that students know about them. Because oftentimes the reason, yes, there's mental health stigma, that's one reason, but the other reason that students often don't reach out for help is because they don't feel like there are enough resources available to them that will actually make a significant impact. So I don't know if you could just talk a little bit about how we're making sure that these resources are being communicated to students.
And thank you for that question, Ms. Looney. That is an ongoing effort for us to do so, not only to share the resources, to have the ample resources, but also to communicate them and communicate them in a culturally relevant way. I need to say that as well. When I talked about meeting our students and our families where they are, you know, I think about not only the Magruder students that came to speak here at the board table, but also the Magruder students and other students that I have visited when I mentioned going out and about to schools and hearing the very same thing. So I don't want to step too much on Mr. Cran's portion of the presentation, which is going to talk about specifically about communication, but please know that we have several innovative ideas. I know I mentioned the app. When I talk about communicating in a culturally relevant way, but also meeting our students where they are. I think about my own son. I know I've spoken about my own MCPS, the children that I know best that live in the Davis household. I have a high schooler. And he's on his phone all the time, not unlike many of our, I'm sure, secondary, even elementary students. So if there were to be, for example, a way to reach out to our students electronically, as well as I know Ms. Cherry, for example, she puts out a regular newsletter, so putting out information in our newsletter, just doing it in varied ways. It is a continued work in progress for us, but like I said, you will hear more about that when Mr. Cram comes to the table.
You trying to get on?
There we go. And then thank you so much for the three-tiered, multi-tier systems approach. That was a good visual, I think, to be able to see where students are. One thing I do think about, though, is to get to the higher levels, to get to the targeted support or the intensive support, you need to either you yourself reach out to a trusted adult or staff member, or you need to have a staff member or student refer you. And right now, I think something that we're sort of missing in our school system is an all-encompassing approach, something that makes sure that every single student in our system is scanned or checked in with, whether that's a form that every student has to fill out or a mandatory check-in with their counselor. That's just one aspect of this that I currently see missing that I just wanted to call out. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Mandrowski.
Miss Wolf, if I just may for a second, just to make a point to what Ms. Looney just raised, which is I think a really important part of the discussion. We've assessed students over the years in so many different ways about where they are academically and their performance. What we have not done is provide an assessment for social-emotional wellness. And it's been a part of our discussion, it's a part of the plan moving forward, is to figure out what does that look like in a public school system? What does that look like in Montgomery County Public Schools, to be able to say, how are our students doing, and measuring it in a way that's not invasive, but yet sensitive to determining where that student is so that they can be more accessible to the learning in the classroom. So I'm glad you raised that, because that is a big part of a component that we are building out as a part of this wellness pieces, wellness part of the presentation. And quite frankly, it's been really great to engage the students in that conversation in all these different ways, to really ask them, what are the things that we should ask or look for in determining that? Because as we know, there are many companies that are coming up with different programs, as this is a national need, but we want it to be one that meets the needs of our Montgomery County Public School students, and thinking about the different levels. Because I go back to those fifth graders that we were sitting on the carpet with at Strawberry Knoll, a few weeks ago, and asking them, what does wellness look and feel like for you? Very different from what our 11th and 12th graders are saying. And we want them to feel engaged and a part of what we establish moving forward as a system that we build for them. So thank you, Ms. Looney.
And I was just going to say, I think that's a wonderful analogy, because I can tell you, and I know every student knows, that we invest a great deal of time and money into making sure that every single student is assessed academically every single year, which means that regardless of who you are or what program you're in, we have a baseline understanding of where you are academically. But we don't have the same for anything that's related to social emotional wellness, which has left so much room for students to slip through different cracks. So just want to plug those holes and make sure everyone's covered.
Thank you. Ms. Mandrowski.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the work that you all are doing. It is so, so important, and we're very, very appreciative. I have two things, and one is kind of follows up with Ms. O'Looney's discussion about communication. And for several years now, I'm going to give one more plug for the advocacy of a mental health day. And I know that we do Appreciation for Mental Health Month, and for a little while we were doing Mental Health Week, but the concept of Mental Health Day originated from discussions with our students in our student meetings that we have annually, and in their discussions of if it's one day that is designated for all of our schools where everybody's talking about the same thing. And in terms of communication to resources available, if the day could start out with an assembly where staff, mental health support staff could be introduced and described as to what their different roles are, and we could talk about resources available in the community, that would be potentially one way of making sure every student has the opportunity at least to hear, whether they pay attention or not. You just never know. But just going to put that back out there because it has been something students have asked for, and we don't need to overcomplicate it. We can just, make a day towards the beginning of the school year if possible, and do some fun stuff and bring in some other companies or whatever. But the only other thing that I have is in your list on page 13 of partnership resources. I know that I'm, talking to Dr. McKnight and Yolanda Pruitt, I think maybe tomorrow even, but I would love to see us be able to add like the MCPS Education Foundation as a partner in some of these situations. Recently we had a student who was in the hospital, had been hit by a car in the hospital for a long time. They didn't have resources to rent a hotel room near the hospital, so the commute, them being there by themselves, through the foundation, they could potentially, reach out to get some volunteers to go stop in if that's what they want, or to provide financial support or food or whatever might be needed in a way that maybe some of the other organizations don't necessarily do. So just kind of wanted to put that out there.
And if I may, Ms. Mandrowski, thank you for both of those suggestions. I wanted to share, going back to our Mental Health Awareness Week. I know you mentioned day, month, week. It is. We are celebrating mental health awareness currently, but I know that we had worked through earlier in the year, and I can have Dr. Chester speak a little bit more about this, through our Mental Health Awareness Week. And I just remember, and I don't have the data committed to memory, but I know that we've had more doing it in a virtual environment, that we've had more engagement than we have in previous years. Specifically, I remember there were several, and I got to join several of the sessions, but I remember, as you saw, one that we highlighted here, but also talking about mental health professions, how you can go and support, again, which you'll hear more about later in the presentation, given a little foreshadowing there, but also what were some of the activities that were taking place within schools during that time. It was an important opportunity for us to really elevate best practices and continuing to make the elevating the importance of mental health early in the year. I know we got a question as to, and again, Dr. Chester can speak a little bit more to this, why would we do it so early in the year? Why was it planned, and why was it planned for a week? Why was it planned virtually? These were just some of the upgrades that I wanted to share along those lines, and I can let her share a little bit more.
No, thank you. Because yes, we did go from initially, I mean, this is an event that was started by the Montgomery County School Psychologists Association. Actually was here at CESC one evening, for some of you here remember, and now turned into a week-long event sometime in October, November. We plan it out with our communications team. We're actually having our first meeting to discuss for next year tomorrow. And so I think our goal is, while we are going to continue with having the virtual aspects, because we have literally had thousands of students participate in a virtual setting, but one of the things we want to add to it for next year, as Ms. Smaldrashi stated, is to have schools participate in having functions like an assembly or other things during the day of that week, to make sure that it has an opportunity for all students to be able to participate and learn more, especially about understanding about the resources that are available. As Ms. Oluni stated, we want to make sure that all of our students are aware of the resources that are here, and that our staff too, because sometimes I mean, some of our staff aren't aware that, oh, if I go here, I can get this or get that or so forth. So that is one of the things we're in collaboration. Our partners and MCC-PTA are going to be participating with us with our meetings and planning this out. We're just really excited to get started. We are always open to additional suggestions to help us to expand and to make sure that this event is available for all students, because as Mr. Davis said, we do it early in the year because we understand that while we're in Mental Health Awareness Month now, it's at the end of the year. And so we don't want to wait till the end of the year to talk about mental health. Right. So we do it earlier in the year. But we are excited for this initiative, this advocacy event, and it just continues to grow each year as we continue to have additional things. And as Mr. Davis said, especially very proud of our student mental health fair, what I said had over 1,500 students attend, and our career fair that we have for the first time, to try to get more and more students to come in and to join the mental health field. Because as we talk about vacancies and shortages, we got to get our students to go into the profession. And I was like, amen to that. So we want to just keep the ideas coming and continue to work together to make this a great event for all.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. The other thing that the students really seem to emphasize is the power of peer panels and conversations, and really finding kids, even if they have to go to a different school to be comfortable doing it, who will sit and talk about their stories and things like that. So I appreciate all the work that you're putting into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you for the presentation. This is one of the board's priorities for this upcoming year. This is the second pillar of our strategic plan. And it's so fortunate that, kudos to the foresight of our administration for beginning with Be Well 365 before the pandemic to really lay the groundwork for this incredible work that's happening now. And I guess my comments and questions have to do with all of the efforts, and not for today, but you already mentioned this mental health assessment. But I think the board is interested in all of these efforts. How do we build systems so that we know what's working and what's not working? And so look forward to hearing more about that in the near future. I'm always interested in hearing how our highest risk students are taking advantages of these services. And so maybe in a future presentation, maybe getting some case studies. When we get incident reports from the board of something horrible happened at a school, that is the worst case scenario that we want to avoid. And so tier 1 or universal, targeted, intensive, those should have hit that child at some point along the way. And if they're working, then we don't get to the point of having a serious incident in a school. And so I would love to see some case studies of how each of these pyramid tiers play out with our students, and really understanding what we could have done better for our highest risk students that end up expressing their trauma, expressing their what they're living through an incident at a school. And finally, with trauma-informed, an incredible amount of training happening around trauma-informed. And I am no expert, so you tell me if I'm wrong, but I also understand that a best practice is also a trauma-informed school. And that is different than 50 people getting trained, but rather a whole school culture around trauma-informed. So I just wondered maybe if you could speak on that today. Thank you.
All I was just going to preface, and thank you for the question, Ms. Modrowski, and I think I mentioned it. Ms. Sylvester, excuse me. My apologies, Ms. Sylvester. I was looking right at you, and my apologies. When the students were present with us, mostly from Magruder, at one of our earlier board meetings, and I mentioned the fact that we had been working with the Magruder, just to give one example, with Magruder High School to become a trauma-informed school prior to the incident at Magruder High School. And I just wanted to give Dr. Chester an opportunity to share what are some of those pieces, to go a little bit further into your question, that we have been working on with them previously to become, as that's been part of the vision I know that Dr. Evans has had to make his school into a trauma-informed school. So just if Dr. Chester could speak a little bit about some of the support she's provided along the way, previously and currently.
All right, yes, we have been working with Magruder High School, with their staff, and providing training, and really getting into what is the heart and culture of the school. So when you think about trauma-informed care, it's not just about, okay, so this student has experienced trauma. That's not what trauma-informed practice is about. Trauma-informed practice is what are we doing around the culture of the building? What are we doing for the staff, and how are they interacting with the students? Are we looking at culturally responsive relationships, which is a part of this, in order to ensure that we are not traumatizing students, right? And how are we doing this in an equitable manner? And so, because we understand that situations of discrimination and bias can also traumatize our students. And so, what are we doing to look at this whole environment? Our ABAR work fits into this. And so, when I shared in the presentation how our working with our new mental health coordinator in developing this tool for schools to start to look at, like, what is the culture of the school? What are the things that you all are doing to make sure that you are a trauma-informed school? And then with the training to make sure staff understand their roles and responsibility of how to develop a trauma-informed school. And so while these, like, when we head on there, the training, I mean, again, we've had a significant amount of students that have experienced trauma throughout the pandemic. And so we know that there is an immediate need. We are seeing the reports that are serious incident reports coming in and seeing what students experiences. So that those pieces are to help to address that. But we also understand that we just can't do it piecemeal. We can't be reactive. What are we doing to be preventative? What are we doing to make sure that all of our staff have an understanding of what to do? And so by developing this checklist, continuing our work with Magruder, because that's why I'm probably like, why was that school selected? Because we've been working with them like it was like 2017, 2018, trying to work with them on this. And Dr. Evans has truly been a big supporter of this, just to highlight and thank him for his work on this as well. And so for us to then be able to roll these new pieces out, see what happens with the staff, gather some data to see, is this working? So that we can go and move this forward with the rest of our schools. Because we understand the importance, but we also have an understanding that it starts with our administration, it starts with our staff. And so in making sure that our work is aligned with our work around anti-bias and anti-racism, because we understand the impact that that has as well. So it does all tie, I'm gonna keep going because I'll talk about it all day, but it does all tie in together.
If I could just follow up on that as well, and thank you so much to the staff for presenting this very critical information that is so timely and important. To your point, or the question that you raised, Ms. Silvestri, it is about being intentional and knowing what is happening with our students and where, so that when we select or encourage or say these are schools that we want to implement a practice in specifically, it is data-driven. I'll give you one example. Recently we were looking at and talking about data and saw that there were a couple of our schools, actually it was middle schools, that represented having higher referrals to the crisis center. Well, we would look at that data, and that data should inform, okay, there may be something that's more intensively needed at these schools so that we can be responsive to what we see happening. And so I think a big part of what you're getting at is the diligence of looking at that data and saying, what does this mean? And how do we be intentional around the supports that we put in place at these schools to address something that we see that's rising? It's like what's happening at one school what's needed at 2 schools may not be needed at that time to all other schools. But how do we know where we're going and why we're going there? So as we come forward and continue to frame the work around well-being, we can absolutely come and just share. Here are the data points that we're utilizing that tells us exactly what we're doing and where we're doing it, at what schools and why. That gets to that intentional lens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I wanted to say something here too, and I know I usually like to say be additive, not repetitive, but I think this bears repeating. Ms. Silvestri mentioned the 3-tier system, which I think, like Ms. Oluni says, is a very good visual. And you get to the top of the tier, you should have passed through the other levels. And I think it gets back to the point that we've been hounding on for months, and the reason the students keep coming is because they don't know what's available. And if they don't know what's available, they will be at level 3 before we realize it. So the communication plan has got to be the top priority. People have to know what's available. But I also wanted to make another point that there was some research done out of Boston a long time ago, and when you talk about trauma-informed schools, it can't be, to me, just the school. It should be everybody that touches that student. So the bus driver should know it. The cafeteria worker should know it. It has to be everybody that's trained on this, not just the teachers in the building or the counselors. Everybody that touches that child should have some trauma-informed training. So I don't know if you are prepared to do that or if you've considered it, but I think it's very important.
Thank you, President Wolf. I would like for us to come back at some point. We can look at the agenda and determine when that would be appropriate, but for us to come back and talk about that, because you just nailed it in your comments. We cannot address the social emotional needs of our students right now in looking at them from a singular perspective. They have interactions with adults and other children from the time they wake up in the morning until they go to sleep at night. And this whole initiative, this work, is one that we can't do in isolation, even as a school system. I mean, you're right. The bus driver, the teacher, the person working in the front office, they're all going to impact the student. But there are also members of our community who also are going to be in touch with that student. And until we respond as a community in a way where we're all having all eyes on the children and thinking about what's going to be our priority or our responsibility in that way, there will continue to be these cracks and loopholes that none of us are comfortable with. So what I'd like for us to do is come back to talk about this even more, about the training and how it goes beyond just those who are in the classroom working with the students, but also the partner agencies, because they are also a really big touch in this work, and we want to be able to talk and show exactly what that is and what it looks like, because it's when we continue to make all those connections that we're going to stop seeing some of the things that we see so much now that we're all very concerned about.
Thank you. Dr. Daka?
Oh, finally. Okay. Now I forgot what I was going to say. But I wanted to respond to what Ms. Silvestri was saying about case studies. And this falls into what I have been trying to get done here with my little policy of students that have a 2.0 or less and who are suspended. These are kids that are having some mental and emotional concerns, or maybe they're having a problem with the teacher. And when you talk about school being trauma-informed and having everybody be a part of this, especially people who see the kids first in the main office or on the bus, or as we do the traffic outside, everybody needs to be aware of this. But I think that we could move to the case studies that you're talking about to look at how this happens to these students, because I've really wanted us to know that. We know a lot about students who are self-actuated, but we don't know the students what the students who are not doing well, what they need. We just think we know, and we say, okay, well, if we have this program and we have that program, but is that really what they're talking about? And I really would like for you to get into that. You might be surprised by what they say. as to how they got into that concern. And I know that we also looked at the referrals. That's an important thing, because sometimes the referrals come from certain people in large numbers, but we need to work on that as well. Thank you.
Dr. Joftis?
Thanks, President Wolf. So this is awesome work. So it got me reflecting, though, on what makes for success versus failure, right? Because, as you all know, education reform is full of really well-intended, lots of resources that don't work out. So I try to boil it down to about 4 things that I think will determine the success or failure of this. The first is being really clear about what we're trying to do and how that connects to specific outcomes, right? So the example of the bedtime routine, I think, is lovely and charming, but I want to know, like, how does that fit within this larger framework of what are the key outcomes that we're trying to move, and make sure that that makes sense within the broader picture. It's lovely. I'm sure some families are getting a ton out of that, but let's put it within a context of a bigger piece. And then once you've got that sort of clear idea of what this sort of theory of change is, then having your systems aligned with that and your structures. So I'm trying to picture a principle, and I've had this conversation with Dr. McKnight and Ms. Rubens and others, all the different supports we have going to them. So you mentioned restorative justice specialists, restorative justice coaches, all the different mental health specialists. That's all fantastic, and that's what we need to be doing. But then they're also getting training on, we heard this morning, seclusion and restraints, and they're getting training on literacy and math curriculum, right? So I'm thinking as a principal, oh my God, like this is just, it's just like a fire hose coming at me, and being really clear about what can we really manage in a way that makes sense to them and to their teams to make happen for the kids that we care about. And then that takes me to the third one, which is capacity. So we've been hearing a lot about psychologists, and Mr. Everett, you were part of that. They're not able to do a lot of the things that we want them to do as we've outlined it here. And that's, that's no one's fault. We have a lot of things we're dealing with, but we also have to be realistic. Like if we know that psychologists aren't getting very much time to spend interacting with kids and families, this all falls apart, right? That's just one piece of it. But that kind of lack of capacity to do what we want them to do is a problem. And then the professional development capacity, right? Like I just said, if we've got seclusion and restraint, we have curriculum, we have restorative practices and the like all coming out, it's very hard to imagine how any of those things get done very well. And then that takes me to the fourth piece, which Ms. Silvestri sort of mentioned, which is this idea around performance management, right? So not just knowing what outcomes we want and tracking those, but if we've got that nice, clear theory of change that we've outlined, how do we know that those pieces are happening in a way that we think will lead to the outcomes that we care about, right? So in other words, if we think as part of our theory of change is psychologists interacting with students, we need to know if they're not getting the opportunity to interact with students, because then we know we're not going to get to the outcomes that we care about. And so being really specific around a couple maybe implementation indicators, that if we see that psychologists aren't having the time to work with students in a meaningful way, we might as well forget tracking the outcomes, because even if we get those good outcomes, it's not because of anything we purposefully did, right? We got lucky, in effect. So we need to just be kind of thoughtful about that whole process. And Dr. McKnight, you've heard me talk about this a lot, but this is something that I really want us to think about for any presentation that we come out here, is to go through this lens of kind of a coherence lens of beautiful ideas, super well-intentioned. This district has done that for a long time, as you know. in other districts, it's not just us, where we really, in a well-intentioned way, we're throwing resources, we're throwing people, and we're really trying to do the right thing, but nothing changes because, I believe, because of those four factors generally. So,
Thank you, Dr. Joftis. As you know, I agree, and we all as a full board, I think, have had the conversations around why this is really important. One, for the purpose of evaluation of resources. At the end of the day, that's what it is. When we're investing in any of these programs, investing in any of these ideas, what are we getting, or how are the students benefiting as a result of that? So I hear that loud and clear, and as we continue to bring our work moving forward, and we see all the leadership staff here, so everybody's hearing the same message, which is good. But it's really how we also expect and want to do our work. We want to know what the outcomes are that are intended to be accomplished, and what is the results of that outcome. And some of the ideas that we have come moving forward are some things that we're piloting and trying as a result of what we've heard from community members or from students, and so sometimes it is that we need to have time to collect some data. We can be clear on what it is that we want to accomplish as the outcome, but we need some time to be able to collect the data so that we can look at results that says we've implemented it, for a certain amount of time, that we can look at some data to address the impact of it. So I completely agree, and we actually have to do this, and I always bring this up, but ESSER 1 that funding ends in September 2022. ESSER 2 ends September 2023. ESSER 3 ends September 2024. We can't ever forget those dates, because we will have to tell a story as a result of the investments that we're making that shows the impact of the innovation. And so we are committed to that. We will continue to frame our presentations in that way moving forward, because if it works, then we all want it to continue. And we don't have to have a delayed conversation around, is this worth our investment? Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, thank you. And again, fire hose. I like that analogy. Lots here. And I do want to start by thanking Dr. Chester for that, for a really strong emphasis on prevention. That's really what we're trying to do here. And you were talking too about, we've all seen these incident reports and looking at some schools, and I think some of us hear from school communities about some of our schools that seem to be doing less well than others. And when we look at the data, and hoping that one of the things that we can look at, and when we look at a school level data, when we see families saying, when we hear community reputation around a school starting to suffer, teachers leaving, administrators leaving, families say they're leaving, and then looking to see, does that tie in with some of the things that we're seeing from an incident level? And I really do appreciate this. I mean, there's a lot here, but bottom line, we have a K-12, pre-K-12 system where every grade level student is not the same as their grade level peers would have been pre-pandemic. So every grade level student is affected by 2 years basically loss of socialization, impulse control, the normal maturation that comes from navigating a world of people. And I think some of the things that we've seen this year is because we were operating in a footing where maybe not everybody understood that's what we should expect. And so I hear at all of our town halls, we had teachers and parents and students and community members, and some talking about the bad behavior of the kids. And I'm like, I'm not sure. What we're seeing is the stress and the anxiety and the trauma coming out sideways, which it's going to do. But how we are equipping our students and our staff and our with tools and techniques for classroom management and behavior management and that kind of thing. And maybe when we look at the school level data and see some schools with more incidents and more unhappy staff and unhappy families, maybe what we're seeing is we need to do a better job in some of those schools about really embracing some of those practices. Because I think we got a lot of resources and programs and training and here, but making sure we're using them effectively and realizing that some of what we were talking about earlier this morning is what works in one school might not necessarily work in another. But we certainly have a lot arrows in their quiver to draw from. So just asking a couple specific questions from the slides that you all presented. Looking at slide 9, and I still have a lot of concerns about the CEO 2.0 program, and I'm wondering, when we're talking about our restorative justice coaches, how are RJ coaches in school, so next year we'll have one in every school, which is good, and how are they interacting with, and you're talking here about training, there'll be joint training over the summer with DHHS and MCPD and our RJ folks. How are they interacting with the CEOs in our schools?
I can help with that. So I'll start with a clarifying point. For the RJ coaches at the local schools, they're not interacting with our MCPD folks. That's a local support as an extension to the work that teachers do there. So that's something completely different. Our RJ specialists, our instructional specialists, will be working with our different community partners in order to share some of the work that we're doing in alignment with some of the work that they're doing. So they're two separate levels of support. As far as the RJ coaches are concerned, this year was the very first year of implementation. So one of the things that we felt that was successful was the creation of the PLC, the Professional Learning Community, so that RJ coaches are having opportunities to interface with each other, talk with each other, learn from each other, and share strategies across schools. It's like you said earlier, what works for one school doesn't work for the other. And then the opposite of that, there's some schools that have done the same thing that they've always done and have a hard time moving beyond that. So even that exposure to other ideas, other concepts, other ways of practice has been helpful. That has only applied this year to our secondary schools, middle schools and high schools, with some stronger than others, depending on their experience with RJ. Next year, those coaches will be applied to all elementary schools as well, and that PLC will begin to develop. Speaking to something that you said earlier about some of our schools that are hurting a little bit more than others, and I think we share a common understanding of one or two of those schools that we're trying to get in at a deeper level. So on that same slide, it talks about the increase of RJ specialists. Right now, we have 3 that serve almost 210 schools. They serve about 70 schools apiece, and that's not service that is served well. So I can talk about places where they're deeply impactful and places where they are regularly, but I can also talk about places that don't see them often. And so increasing the specialists from 3 to 9 to provide better local level support in building some of those, not just structures, but climate and culture is part of what it comes down to. To help our schools improve is going to be really important. So we do look forward to this. This is not a plug, but we do have 6 vacancies with RJ instructional specialists that we'll be looking to hire for to better support our schools.
Okay, yeah, good. And I'll just put, I think we mentioned the training that's going to happen, and training is great, especially when you're training alongside your other partners, the DHHS folks and the NCPD folks. But you don't want to train people to death, so we want to make sure that we're really giving them things that they find meaningful and not just because we say they need to do it. And I'm just going to put in a plug again for that community intervention training, which I think is so, our PYD folks are experts at that, and that I think is really invaluable when it gets down to really understanding the community around a school. And I did have a question looking at, slide 12, we're talking about the Our Minds Matter group, which in 17 schools, 2 middle schools. That program is one that I really see a lot of value in part because it's so student-driven. And I think the students are really telling us very powerfully that they're sort of one of the best touchstones to what's going on with their peers. And empowering them is so important. And so I want to make sure, I know that program right now, it's foundation supported. Do we feel confident that that support will continue to allow us to grow Our Minds Matter throughout the system and sustain it over time?
So we do have an MOU with the foundation the MOU is for 5 years. And so right now, we do have continued support, and they're continuing to fundraise. The leaders of that foundation have a son who also died from suicide who attended MCPS schools, and so they're very committed to this initiative. And so at this time, I've not heard anything from them. If anything, they're like, keep expanding. We have more schools yet. We need more schools involved. So they are very excited in the expansion in the middle schools as well. So, and if at any time something that happened, we'll continue to work with our partners in partnerships and the Ed Foundation. If something happens, and I mean, who knows what can happen in the future, but we will continue to make sure that, because we know the importance of having a student-led advocacy group around mental health, and Our Minds Matter does that. And if we can continue to get more students to participate, especially in those schools who don't have a club right now, if any students out there listening, we continue to want more clubs to be added in all of our high schools and all of our middle schools as well. So, but we will continue to make sure we continue to ask those questions as we get to the place where it'll be time for us to look at our MOU again.
Yeah, thank you. I fully support that organization. And one of the other ones, so we have sadly had way too many schools impacted by suicide this year. And when we talk about prevention, so we have the signs of suicide, which is the curricular piece, grades 6 to 12. And I see it listed on the resource slide at the very bottom of the presentation. And we talked about it. We talked about it in January. And I have, in the system, we were talking about it back to 2017 and didn't go anywhere at that point. But the Sources of Strength program, which is another student-driven, student-empowering program around suicide prevention. And like I said, we talked about it in January when we had our special meeting about one way to really empower students to be our partners in this work, especially since we can't hire our way out of the level of mental wellness that we need to make sure everybody is being well. It's on the chart, but I haven't heard us talk anything about, is it actually being implemented anywhere? Do we have a cadre of students who have raised their hands to say, yeah, we want to be part of that group?
So, unfortunately, we have had a very negative experience with our schools that have been implementing our Sources of Strength, which is why the majority of schools no longer implement Sources of Strength. Not to get into all the details, but they basically charged our schools a significant amount of money to implement and then put all the onus on our staff to do all the work without receiving any support from the agency that put it forward. And also, while they promote themselves as a program that is involved with suicide prevention, they were actually removed from the SAMHSA list saying that they were not evidence-based for suicide prevention, while our SOS program continued to be. So, with that, which is why we have Our Minds Matter, because Our Minds Matter pretty much does the same thing as Sources of Strength. I mean, Sources of Strength is like implemented in Loudoun County Public Schools. I have a friend who's a lead psychologist there who helps with that. And the work that Sources of Strength does in Loudoun County is identical to what Our Minds Matter does. So if we don't particularly need both initiatives. And while we have, again, we tried to work with them and to look at this, but it did not work. So in most of the schools, once the staff member that initially was invested in it stopped doing it, it fell to the wayside.
Okay, thank you. And the next question, I'm looking at slides 15, 16, talking about the leader in me. And this goes back to some of our public comment from this morning from the psychologist at QO. And we talked about the fact that the leader in me is doing really, really well in some schools, others struggled in others. We wanted to make sure schools had options to have a social emotional learning curriculum that worked for them. But this makes it sound like we're committed to, it's going to be the leader in me in every school. So are we using the autonomy so some schools can choose other curriculum, other programs that work for them? Or is it every school is going to do leader in me?
I'm happy to address that.
Yeah.
So yes, the pilot, the plan of the pilot is to be able to expand it as an option to all of the schools, absolutely. However, our point earlier is that some of our schools are doing other and additional programs. So we don't want there to be an exclusive expectation that this is the only program that you're using, this is the only initiative that you're able to have as it relates to student wellness. And again, some of it is not all programming, Some of it is just different ways that they approach wellness in the school. And earlier I brought up like mindfulness spaces. Some schools have said, this is where we want to make more of our investment in terms of how we provide that, that as a service. So what we can never do is approach 210 schools with a one-size-fits-all mindset. I just want to state that. However, we do think that when we go out and we do an RFP and we work with programs that we think really have good data that shows success, making that available and implementing that training so that our schools, it is available to all of our schools. But if they're struggling through it, it's our job, everybody's job here to go out and help support them and figure out, again, what's the problem with the program in terms of its implementation, or is there something additional or different that you need?
And then last, looking at the community schools model, so you mentioned on slide 9, one of the supports in our community schools are the wellness coaches, which is great. And then talking about several of these specific initiatives, and Dr. Joff just mentioned some of them. And again, and as Ms. Silvestri was also saying, these are a lot of things, really hoping we're going to focus in on what's really working when we try these. But several of these also are really focused just on common sense wellness. And I just want to, we have a really low-hanging fruit tool that every school can implement to support social, emotional, physical, mental, emotional wellness of everybody in a building, and that's getting people outside to eat, play, and learn. And so I've seen, sadly, some schools lately that are, even in this beautiful weather, rejecting the opportunity sometimes for students to get outside for some reasons that are like their kids are trampling the landscaping and that kind of thing. I'm like, well, we can work with that, but it's more important to get the kids outside. So re-emphasizing, I think, the importance of the outdoor spaces to all of our schools, all of our administrations, all levels. Every school has, and if they don't have the resources they think to get their students outside regularly, whatever level it is. I mean, we look at what they're doing in Fairfax, it's bringing back middle school recess. So getting them schools out, intentionally getting students outside at every grade level, pre-K to 12 every day, where they need volunteers to monitor, or they feel like their outdoor space has a challenge that's not safe for some reason, we can work with that. But I think re-emphasizing to school administrators that the outdoors is cheap and it's available to everybody, and it is an evidence-based best practice for doing a lot of the things that we say we need and want to do.
Yep. So really quickly, I completely agree with you about outside and about the movement around nutrition and physical health being an important component of wellness. One of the things I wanted to share is that all community schools, the services selected for them is based on a needs assessment. That needs assessment is run by the community. So things like, we talked earlier about bedtime in a box or laundry services or things like that, those are determined based on that specific community's needs, which is why for some services I can't say all 26 community schools because the 26 communities are different. And so I love that you acknowledge that because a lot of the communities are asking for just that. So of the 19 that completed the needs assessment, 15 of them indicated the need for more activity with students around athletics, sports, and being outside. That's how we got into contact with Let's Play. So just wanted to show that matching and alignment's there. And what you're saying fits with what most of those communities are expressing as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, you want to continue?
So, thank you, Ms. Wolf. And I was just going to ask if it's okay with yourself and with the rest of the board if we move forward, just being mindful of our time and also of our partners' time, too. I want to make sure we bring to the table. I was going to go into staffing as the next portion of our agenda, but I know we've had discussion around staffing. It's also included in the memo. So, just a proposal, if we could move forward in the community schools. Okay, absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. And to our wellness centers, excuse me.
Hi, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you here this afternoon. Again, my name is Monica Martin, and I'm Honored to be representing the Department of Health and Human Services. I am the Senior Administrator for Child and Adolescent School and Community-Based Services there in the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. And given the timeline, I'm going to just spend a couple of minutes highlighting some exciting additional partnered work focused on our secondary schools starting next school year as soon as we can get people on the ground through our network of contracted providers. So as many of you know, we have currently 19 high schools in the county without high school wellness centers. And so earlier this year, in light of the mental health crisis, MCPS and HHS co-identified 10 priority schools in most need of additional mental health resources and supports. And I know those schools were shared in in a board meeting earlier this year. Those are BCC, Blair, Blake High School, Clarksburg, Einstein, Magruder, Northwest, Springbrook, Whitman, and Rockville. And that was based on, again, a co-assessment of serious incidents, reports from staff on mental health needs of students, presence of other mental health resources in that school community, suicide risk referrals, behavioral threat assessment cases, and referrals to DHHS-funded services that could not be serviced at the time. So our county executive in his FY23 operating budget did recommend enhancements to these priority schools specifically. And I just want to acknowledge, we know those statistics it's an ever-changing landscape, but at the time, that is what he recommended to bolster our schools' capacity to meet needs and specifically the more medical, clinical, therapeutic needs that sometimes are an extra dose or addition that are needed on-site in schools, as has been the case with high school wellness centers and linkages to learning sites. And specifically, the funding was to capacitate these schools with an HHS-funded mental health therapist or mental health wellness professional. The reason that slash is in that terminology is because we all know I definitely know, and I think everyone here knows, what the challenge is, and again, in recruiting and placing such professionals. So we want to get services in schools as soon as possible. And if we aren't able to, by the beginning of the school year, have licensed clinicians on site, we will seek alternative mental health professionals to start providing supports until the point that we can do so. The recommendation also included increased support to the 6 high schools that do have high school wellness centers because the needs there are increasing and sometimes overwhelming and outstanding despite the amazing collaboration with MCPS student support personnel and the responses there. And so those would be at Gaithersburg, Northwood, Watkins Mill, Wheaton, Seneca Valley, and Kennedy High School that should be having an operational additional high school wellness center here for us in the county by the end of FY23. So again, the recommendation there was to add another 2 HHS-funded personnel at those sites. And in the meantime, our joint county council committee for education and culture and health and human services, with the leadership of Councilmember Navarro's proposal, has added additional funding to the operating budget's proposed additional funding that is now on our operating budget's reconciliation list. So action on that will occur later this month. And that is to basically provide the same supports at the remaining 9 high schools that were not originally identified, and to also add some youth development services and expand positive youth development street outreach model for a school outreach network to be able to be accessed in every high school and potentially some middle schools. So those are the pieces that are kind of being ironed out in potential planning should those additional resources be available next year. And we are doing that in, again, a shared space with MCPS, with Everett's team. And you know what? I didn't have the visual for you. So next slide. I want to help you catch up to your timeline. I'm all about that. Yeah, it doesn't really add much to what I've shared here, other than that this is seen as really a bridge to be able to realize the vision of having full-scale high school wellness centers at all high schools as soon as possible. So next slide. The text is a little too small for me to see from here, but clearly this is just our planning process. We started this year, I know some of you have heard of that, to co-assess, facility spaces and working with Division of Long Range Planning, and that work is well underway and been facilitated by the CIP funds made available through MCPS as well as HHS to make sure we have spaces in those schools to support these services. And the goal is that by the end of FY24 that we have some long-term plans in place, again, for the full-scale centers at all high schools, somewhere, somehow. So I will keep it at that.
And thank you, Ms. Martin. We can go on to the next slide, please. And so we're going to ask Mr. Cram to join us for the next section. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, and thank you, Dr. Knight, and members of the Board of Education. I'm also mindful of the pressure we're putting on your agenda, so I'll go quickly. But in doing so, I don't mean to minimize at all the importance that we see in terms of communication around mental health and wellness supports. I did want to say I'm privileged to be at the table with you and your colleagues. In many ways, these are the real rock stars of MCPS, some of the real rock stars of MCPS, for bringing these services in their stage front, doing that work. Our work is to turn up the volume on that work. And so if we can have the next slide, please. And MCPS TV, stay with the slides, please. I was going to show you some of our new website resources, but in the interest of time, I won't go there. The story of communications and this topic, health and wellness and mental health, is not just about what we have done and what we provided and the support we provide through video and the mental health resource fair that we do each year, but it's about what we're going to do next. But currently, we have multiple and a great deal of information online, and we've been working to improve that information by improving the SEO, the search engine optimization. We've elevated most of this material in our Google search, so when you use search, it works. With a website as large as ours, we do need to rely on search. We have nearly 50,000 pages. Search must work when you go there. We've also adjusted, however, despite the improvements in outreach that we've done through our community messaging, there's a great deal more that needs to be done. There's nothing more inspiring than when we hear from people, as Ms. O'Looney pointed out before, when somebody says that they didn't know. There's nothing more inspiring to a communicator, inspire them to do work. So making those connections is the work that we have to organize for and focus in the weeks and months to come. We have information online, the Be Well 365 information by school. On that website, you can go there by school and see what programs and what people at that school are resources for you. We have a new information box on our homepage that features all of these websites that includes crisis supports and LGBTQ+ information. If we can advance the slide, please. But moving ahead, we will engage with our community, utilize the standing focus groups and advisory groups that we have to help inform what and how the community may and wish to learn about these resources. The Family Engagement Advisory Team, the MCCPTA Communication Advisory Team, our COVID-19 Communication Subcommittee will also stand up a Student Advisory Team, one of our key audiences for this work moving forward. Some of the methods that we're currently developing and also need to develop are ideas such as a simple MCPS mental health and wellness resource app. Ms. Harris, I know that you've been working with some on that very idea, and we're going to combine our resources. I understand that work's been through the technology office, and we'll have something stood up very soon. We consider that a very important resource, something that people can utilize. One more way for people to get to that information. One place that deserves our attention is the one place that we know our students visit online, and that is right in their Canvas accounts. We will engage with our colleagues in the Office of Technology and Innovation about the best way we can as communicators to use that space and get information there. We need to be more frequent and purposeful with our direct outreach through emails and newsletters. We know when we do directly contact our families and our students through emails and through text messaging in phones, we get action. Our audiences today receive waves of information, and we must be a part of that wave, and we must stand out. Our materials and outreach need to be culturally responsive, and that will begin with more of the content we already have produced and made available but in multiple languages. Our door knockers, our staff that serve our pop-up shops will receive training to be fully versed to not only answer questions on this topic, but be able to suggest resources as conversations with families may warrant. Our face-to-face interactions through our MCPS pop-up shops will be increased. We currently have a robust schedule with events essentially each weekend through the middle of July, and we are working to add more. Again, we are planning our back-to-school fair for later this year, and that is in the planning stages now, but I'm proposing that there be dedicated space there for this topic, what I'm calling our Health and Wellness Pavilion, that we hope to invite not only our many MCPS resources, but our partners to have space there that day. So essentially the future is bright for outreach and connections on this topic, but there's much more work to be done, and we look forward to doing that work with our colleagues here in MCPS. And with that, I turn it back over to you, Mr. Davis, and you, Ms. Wolf.
I don't know how my colleagues feel, whether or not they wanted to see the website pages that you were talking about. I personally would like to
Okay.
see them, so.
I felt concerned that we were taking our time, but let's go ahead and do that.
I think
MCPS
this is
TV, if you can
important.
please go to the website. I'm pleased to show you.
Show and tell.
So here we are on the MCPS homepage, which is our most visited web page. When you search Google for anything related to MCPS, be it a specific school or a topic, one of those search returns will always come up with our homepage. You can see right here on the homepage, there is a new section that features mental health resources and supports. At the bottom of that, there are a number of buttons that feature key websites, including crisis information, LGBTQ information, and the Be Well 365 resources by school. MCPS TV, if you could click on that, please. One of the reasons that this page is important is that, well, what's at my individual school? And this page will let you discover that. MCPS TV, let's pick a school. Pick Burnt Mills Elementary, right there. As that lightning box comes up, you can see what programs, what Be Well 365 programs are at the school. And if you click on the Professional Staff tab, you can see by individual name and contact information, the folks that serve that school, be it a counselor, a psychologist, a pupil personnel worker, a parent community coordinator. And that is there for every school and gets updated by Mr. Davis's shop. And I think we can go back. Can you go back to the home page?
Do they have a phone number? Because a lot
I'll-
of times people seem to indicate that they're not getting responses on email. Is there a number, like if I email you at Burnt Mills and I don't hear, is there a number that I can call other than the main number to reach you?
Right, all of those individuals as employees, if you search the staff directory, they do have phone numbers associated.
Shouldn't it be easy to put it right up under their
Yeah,
name?
we could look at that. That is a program that is database driven, so we can certainly make that kind of adjustment. So MCPS TV, if you can click on the first link there. Another one of our web pages that features the student and family support and engagement, which right from the top begins to feature a great deal of information on a variety of topics that you've been hearing about this morning. And there are further links to take you deeper into the website that has more information. And as I said earlier, we've been working on all of these pages to improve their findability within the MCPS website, whether you're using our search or simply Google search online.
So could you click on bullying prevention and support, just so I could see what you have under there?
Sure. Did you click on that, MCPS TV? There's it opened up a reveal box, that we call them, to provide information about that. And there's likely a link in there that would lead you to probably the form if you need to report a bullying or harassment.
And there's a number.
And there's a phone number there. It's a little difficult to see from here. And the list goes long. If you're looking for psychologist information about social workers, there are a number of pages all throughout the website that will feature that information. But I must say that, a website is only one tool, and it's passive. You have to be looking for it. So as I mentioned earlier, our work next is that turning up the volume, going to do the things that help people know that that is there. I reflect, as I said earlier, when we had our visitors from Magruder a few meetings ago, what they were asking for in many ways is already available, but they said we didn't know it was there.
So in the community message that comes out on Thursday, could we, and I confess you might have it in there because I don't read them all because I kind of know what's in. Is there a mental health box? I mean, could we highlight something at the top of the community message?
Last week and planned for this Thursday, mental health and resources are a featured item in that message. Could it be a permanent item?
Permanently, because at least for a while, maybe.
And certainly, and in communications, you're never done with one message. You have to do it over and over again.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I don't get.
So the answer is yes. The answer is yes.
I just think it's important to put it right in their face. I mean, maybe, somebody will pay attention.
I would just echo one of the things that Brenda's saying is, you get those
Microphone.
messages. We get those messages, and a lot of times they're very dense. There's a lot there, and it's black text on a white background, and sometimes you need something, especially in this generation. They're short attention span theater. And if you need something that's gonna attract their attention to focus on it, and so that would just be a suggestion too, is to punch it up a little, make it more grabby to the eye, instead of just the text, on.
Yeah, I have to agree, because something like, "Are you sad?" Call. Or something quick, because it is, a lot to go through and read sometimes.
Yeah, our messages need to be sticky. They need to stand out from the others because people are deluged with information.
Exactly.
So your point is not lost.
Thank you. Oh, you can keep going.
And I'm all done, so.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
great. This is very, very good. I'm very happy, especially that it's broken down by school. I think that it's extremely helpful. Mr. Davis, I don't know if you...
No, just thank you to our community partners, to Ms. Martin and also to Mr. Cram. We could not do this work without them. The other piece, and we don't have to go back to it, but the attachment that I had mentioned earlier in my comments, it's by school, to your point, Ms. Wolf, is also listed on that same page, just so everyone knows.
Very good. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming to talk to us about community schools. That's going to be really big for us, particularly with the monies we hope to get from the blueprint. Thank you. Does anyone else? Ms. O'Looney and then Ms. Silvestri.
Yeah, I have a few comments. Thank you so much for your presentation and the creative ideas. I think an app, website, back to school fair, these are all important creative ideas. But they are ways of communication that require some outreach from the person who's seeking resources, right? And I think something that we're lacking, and the reason we're missing so many students, is because we don't have a lot of communications that covers everything. So thinking about what are spaces where we know every single student, whether you're 4.0 GPA or you're at risk of not being able to finish the school year on time, or whether you're looking for SSL hours or not, every single student occupies that space. So the Canvas page is a good example of that. An assembly would be a good example of that. I think that is the communication that we really need to focus on, because students should know about resources before they go looking for them, right? Before they reach the point where they need to put something in the Google search bar, they should know about the resources. So it's that kind of proactive communication that I think we should be focusing on. I know we talked a lot about being culturally responsive with our communication, being mindful of the fact that my generation has about a 3-second attention span. I think sometimes cultural responsiveness and communicating to all audiences is as simple as losing acronyms when we have them. offering descriptions. Not everyone knows what BUL 365 is. Not everyone knows what a pupil personnel worker is or what the difference between a psychologist and a counselor are. Those are synonymous to most people, most students. So I was just taking a look at the website. I think we could do well with some descriptions on that page. And the last thing I would say is just making sure that we're tracking, I know we do this, but tracking engagement, tracking how many unique visitors we're getting to the page, things like that, so we can monitor our progress. Thank you.
Ms. Sylvester.
Sorry, I just wanted to comment. Ms. O'Looney got back to the outcomes and results in her question. I mean, just through the communication lens. So I appreciate that because that's exactly what it is, coming back to what is the outcome that we expect and what's happening as a result of that, even with communications, and to elevate a point. Our students have said this. The last couple of weeks I've spent some time with our students in General Assembly, students in student government, and they have reiterated that the communication that works for the adults, they want it different for them. And they suggested several social media, I won't say websites, social media platforms. One I had never heard of, that they shared that we should put information in a very concise way that just states the very point to them that is something that they're interested in. So I'm looking forward to us, our communications team, current SMOB, new coming SMOB, to really say together, what does this look like, so that we can have a regular operating structure that gets the information out to our students in a way that they've said is important for them to receive.
Social media interns, I'm telling you, get some interns.
And that's one of the reasons for the student advisory group.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
would never presume that we, as adults in this
Right.
office, know all the ways.
Right.
And so we need to engage with our audience, and as you mentioned earlier, our messaging needs to match the audience.
Yes. The one last thing I'll say, earlier, Dr. McKnight, you said that when there was a middle school that had more reports and more utilization of the mental health resources, that means we should pump more resources there. And while I agree with that, I also think that those are probably good case studies for schools that are making sure their students know about mental health resources. So when we see schools that have more reports than their neighboring communities, I think we should really take a look at how those administrations, how those teachers are making sure that students know what are available to them and feel comfortable enough trusting their social emotional lives and circumstances with those resources.
I agree.
Ms. Sylvester.
I wanted to get back to our wellness centers, and thank you, Ms. Martin, for being here today. So just to refresh our memories, wellness centers have both mental health and physical health services, correct?
As well as positive youth development services, yeah.
So and they are at 6 schools currently?
They're currently at 5.
5,
And with the addition of Kennedy next year, it'll be 6.
And then you mentioned an additional identified tier that was 10?
Correct. For mental health and related supports, not the somatic, and not the positive youth development pieces initially in the county executive's initial recommended budget for next year.
Okay. And then 9 more. What are they going to get?
So again, Councilmember Navarro's proposal that was reviewed by the Joint Committee and will be acted on later this month when the full council approves the budget, was to provide those same resources to the additional 9. So mental health and related supports. Those related supports, you heard me mention a case manager. It really is to kind of add another social service connected professional to the milieu to also assist youth and families in connecting to mental health resources beyond what MCPS student support personnel in the schools are already doing, but someone with a social service background who can also address social determinants of health and some root causes and those kinds of things and connect to social services. But in the proposal, beyond those pieces, there was the addition of youth development services. Again, not as robust as in a high school wellness center. A high school wellness center complement is about a team of 7 individuals at minimum. There's a coordinator, there's a somatic health component, as you mentioned. There are state regulations in terms of licensing and credentialing as a school-based health center. It's a larger operation with more requirements at many levels and places, but we wanted to initially respond to at least these burgeoning mental health needs and get some related supports in there. And then again, the additional piece with what Councilmember Navarro has proposed is to have the Street Outreach Network model as a school outreach network available. And the way it was proposed, and I keep saying proposed because, again, we're kind of waiting on that action, but also planning for possibilities at the same time, or some variation of that, is that a community service aide would be available for every 2 high schools to do that engagement, that positive youth engagement, and connect to those other community-based youth-focused supports.
And what was my question? Oh, these are all contracted services, and they will continue to be contracted services?
So the mental health and case management services would be contracted services. That is, we looked at the fastest path to getting them in schools as soon as possible. The youth development services were proposed to be contractual services as well. And so if those come to fruition, I imagine they would be. But the positive youth development, the school outreach network that's kind of connected to more of a street outreach network model currently, those would be HHS staff services like they currently are.
Okay. Great. Yeah, I think today we talked about county-wide supports, but what happens at the school level is so important, right? And so that connection to the school-based supports, and now with expanded wellness services, I think there's real opportunity to really reach the students that need it. And finally, my question is, have we done an evaluation on the effectiveness of the wellness centers? And could I see whatever reports?
I can certainly bring that back to you. I'm here as a representative. So my unit doesn't directly administer the high school wellness center contracts. As explained, there's 2 sides to that, the somatic health pieces that are also monitored by the state, and then the positive youth development pieces. And so those are operated by vendors that provide reports to the county, and I will certainly have Mr. Cardona, who you know well, make those available to you.
Okay, but have we as MCPS done any evaluation of the benefits to our students, or not that we were?
I would have to defer that. Mr. Davis?
Yeah, not to my knowledge. I would have to look into that, but I don't believe that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we can continue.
And I think that brought us to the
Oh,
end of our to the end of our presentation.
I saw a student support staffing.
He's not going to do that.
Oh,
That
you
was the
decided to
part
skip
that
it
I
altogether?
had asked for your permission.
Oh, I thought you were
Yes,
just
please.
saving it to the end. I misunderstood. Okay, thank you.
No, I just wanted to make sure if any board members had any questions about that. I know in the past there have been some discussions around, like you see transitioning school psychologists from 10 to 12 months there. Before we move on, if there were any questions about that.
Just a point of clarification I had on the table on slide 23, just the row of school counselors. I was just hoping to see the number of positions that we currently fund and have for those.
No, thank you for that question, Dr. Ciata. Sure, I'm happy to give an update this was as of the end of last week. As you can see, the 37 there that we have increased. Also our 5.4 SBEC, school-based ESOL counselors, which I know I've spoken to the board previously about. We currently have, of those, 32 of our vacancies that we are working through with our Department of Certification and Staffing. One of those is also a resource counselor position. 23 of those are pre-qualified, are in the pool, and we have 7.
I'm sorry, which are you referring to now?
You had asked about the counselors?
Yes.
Just to clarify?
Yeah.
Yes. School counselors?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay.
That's what I was giving you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
23 pre-qualified that are currently in the pool. I'm just giving you an update as far as the applicants. And 7 that have open contracts right now. So again, this was as of the end of last week. There were 11 applicants that we were awaiting their documents to move forward. So all that to say that we are continuing to move forward with hiring, and it's not a done deal, as I mentioned earlier in my comments, but we're working very closely with our OHRD.
Under
college
positions in fiscal year '23, it says plus 37. Does that mean, does that mean we've added 30, what does that mean?
Sure. So that is speaking to the ESSER funds that we were able to add additional positions.
Okay.
Moving into the upcoming school year.
Okay. Okay, I'll circle back. Okay.
Ms. O'Looney?
Yeah, we've talked about this a few times at the board table, but I keep hearing about it every time I visit a school and speak with our school counselors. So I wanted to ask about how we're relieving their work in dealing with 504 plans.
And I'm happy to start off, and then I can have Dr. Cruz come and join me as well. I know one of the ways that we are looking at doing that is by of course, hiring, number one, that you would just ask about, and also looking at their essential duties. How are we making sure that we protect time for their essential duties? So, as I said, hiring is one of those pieces. We've also done a time study to look at where exactly they are spending their time, and also looking at, is there a possibility of bringing in, and this is where Dr. Cruz can speak a little bit more, of bringing in a support, additional administrative support to relieve them of some of those duties that are taking them away from their essential duties as counselors. So I'll let her speak a little bit more about that.
Yes, thank you. And so also, as Mr. Davis has shared, in addition to looking at the school counselor duties and trying to take a look at evaluating what are some things that we can remove from their plate, add to their plate, get additional supports. We are also looking at the Office of Civil Rights recommendation around 504 evaluations. Currently, we require evaluations to be reviewed annually, and OCR actually requires every 3 years. So we're in the process of providing a professional development training for our counselors at the end of this month to walk them through what this will look like for next year, and this will also have a time cost, benefit to it as well. So our counselors won't have to spend as much time as they typically do with doing the annual reviews, because it will take place every 3 years. So that is one of the major things that we're doing right now around 504s.
Thank you. Just something I keep hearing every time I have any opportunity to speak with a counselor. It's the first thing that comes up. So I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you again for this excellent presentation. I look forward to the communication updates. We're now up to item number 10, and I'll ask Ms. Mandrowski to get started.
Yes, so thank you. Item 10 is the final action on policy JPH, the School Food and Nutrition Services Programs. In reference to some background, just a little bit of background for everyone. In December of 2020, the Board Policy Management Committee proposed a new draft board policy for JPH, School Food and Nutrition Services Programs, to set forth the guidance regarding school food and nutrition services. The full board tentatively adopted the draft policy in December of 2020, and it was sent out for public comments from December through February of 2021. During our last Policy Management Committee meeting in April of this year, the Policy Management Committee reviewed the public comments again and heard from staff about their recommendations on how to proceed. The draft policy that we're going to review for final action today was developed with those public comments and recommendations in mind, and in order to comply with our federal requirements that all recipients of school meal funds from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Services have a policy that addresses specified elements of the system's meal change policy. So that is our background, and with that, I will introduce it to, or turn it over to staff to introduce yourselves and walk through your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Mandrowski. Good afternoon, President Wolf, other board members. I see Dr. McKnight has stepped out. But my name is Leslie Turner Percival, Legal Director in the Office of General Counsel. And with us today are Ms. Dawson, Ms. Harrell, and Ms. Pruitt from MCPS Educational Foundation. We are here today to discuss public comments received on JPH. We will give you a summary of those comments and some of the major themes expressed in the comments. I initially intended to provide a brief description of the work leading up to the Policy Management Committee's moving of JPH to the full board, but I won't be repetitious here. So in a moment, Mrs. Harrell will present why this new policy is needed and the context and magnitude of unpaid school meal charges prior to the pandemic. But in terms of when the Policy Management Committee reviewed the public comments in February 2021, and at that time, the board decided to table the policy until more information was available about the possibility of state funding. And when the Policy Management Committee convened on April 21st, 2022, we re-examined those public comments. There were 10 comments received. Commenters included MCPS parents and guardians, staff members, and Montgomery County community members. Comments included strong opposition to the alternative meal provision, as well as charging students for school meals. Can we get the slide deck, please? I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Harrell. Next slide.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I was going to say thank you to Dr. McKnight.
And members of the Board of Education. We are happy to be here to present this final policy. So the Division of Food and Nutrition Services, our mission, our core mission is for nutritionally wholesome meals. We want to have a menu that reflects the ethnic, the cultural, the diverse nature of our students. We have a commitment to sustainability, and as an enterprise fund, we have to remain economically viable. Next slide, please. So under the federal policy, all school districts that receive meal reimbursements for meals that are served must meet certain federal and state requirements. So these are funds that are paid for the meals that we serve. And so we have to maintain the financial integrity of all of our programs. And our budget includes all of our salaries, our benefits, our food, our equipment, and supplies. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just go over what we mean when we talk about delinquent debt and bad debt. So delinquent debt, and these are federal descriptions, not ours. Those are considered that they may be collectible, and so that we will make efforts that we will collect those. So the debt then remains on our accounting documents or on the books, if you will, and until it is deemed to be uncollectible. Once it's deemed to be uncollectible through due diligence, it would then be described as bad debt. So bad debt is uncollectible, which means it's useless, and then must be written off the books. The federal regulations require that bad debt cannot be restored using federal funds, so it would have to be non-federal funds from MCPS. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of the history of our unpaid meal charge going back a few years, obviously, and pre-COVID. So for the school years 15-16, 16-17, and 18, we did have a threshold of 10-20, which was 5 lunches at that time. We did have an alternate meal that we provided, and that was a cold sandwich. Obviously, we had no delinquent debt to bad debt because we stopped it right there. So there was no financial impact for those school years. Next slide, please. So for 18-19, and we put this in place November 1st of 18, and we were purposeful in choosing that date because the official farms numbers are pulled October 31st of every year. So we wanted to get as much of that in place before we did this. So we had no threshold at that time, and there was no alternative meal offered. Students always received the meal of their choice. For 18-19, and this was the last full year prior to COVID shutting us down, we had delinquent debt of $297,000, you can read the numbers, $523.02. So we were able through due diligence to recover $31,000 plus, and then MCPS Educational Foundation covered the debt that was accrued by
students who were eligible later for free or reduced meals, and then also for 20% of students that were just over that. We then were left with bad debt, which was of $165,000 plus. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So what you're seeing here is the number of students with negative balances. And when you look at the first set of figures, really we're looking from September of 18 all the way to June of 19. And what we were looking at was, where is it falling? And in the first round of really looking at providing the Dine with Dignity program, we saw that elementary was really taking advantage of that the most. And when we went into the next school year, where we started from the beginning of the school year with the program in place for September of 19 into 20, when COVID began that March, really where we saw an increase was more around the middle school level, and you'll see that in the next slide, please. So the total negative balances, we saw really between the 2 years an increase in the secondary level in that second year. Next slide, please. So in the 2019-2020 year, as we began from the beginning, so by the time we got to March 13, 2020, the amount of debt accrued was about just over $416,000. And really, when you look at who are our students, 1/3 of those really are students who are receiving free and reduced price meals. 2/3 of those students that had accrued that debt were students that were not part of the free and reduced price meals program. Next slide, please. And this really affected about when all was said and done, about 15,000 students when we looked through the different records. So at this point, I want to pass it over to our Educational Foundation colleague.
Thank you. The Educational Pedestrian Farms who accrued debt while they were waiting for their approval, or their families found that they could not sustain the payment for meals on an ongoing basis. So that was our expectation. What we saw in the statistics that I'm very grateful to Department of Food and Nutrition Services for providing them is it's fairly chronic. The numbers, we're not seeing schemes. There was some concern that there might be schemes and students, learning of the program and trying to take advantage. That's not the case at all. There are certain schools that accrue debt within a certain range, and that really stays pretty constant with just some incremental change from year to year, at least in the time that we've implemented the program. So I like to remind people that Dine with Dignity at its outset is a stopgap measure, that we have a state legislature that has committed to the Maryland CARES Act, which is eventually supposed to reimburse boards of education for all meals debt accrued by students participating in farms. So COVID obviously has impacted that timetable. It would have been in place fully by 2025. We're not sure if that remains the timetable, but we are committed to filling this gap until such time as that funding is in place. Next slide, please. So we've prioritized how we want to pursue support for Dine with Dignity and support the families that are in need of this debt settlement assistance. Next slide, please. When we looked at the statistics, half of our schools really don't accrue very large debt on an annual basis. Half of the schools, it's less than $1,000 a year. We are finding that there are many individuals within the community willing to step up and partner and underwrite that debt. And so we are partnering with various organizations to seek out those individuals. The next tier of schools accrue a debt that is moderate. It's between $1,000 to just under $5,000 a year. We think, our success in obtaining sponsorship for these schools is largely realized by working with small organizations, civic groups, small organizations that like to support various needs in the community. For the larger debt schools, 10% of our schools, about 22 of them, we're looking at large family foundations and other large foundations and businesses in our community. The reason we're doing that is we don't want this to be a chronic bill for everyone, since it's kind of unknown when this program will end. And this way we can rotate the number of donors and which donors are helping us with the higher debt schools. The strategy is looking very promising. We are allowing individuals, especially organizations, if they ask, to make recurring gifts so that this becomes an affordable way to sponsor. And since the payment would not be due until early spring of 2023 school year, people have all this time to get their sponsorship in place. So we're just moving our campaign forward, and delighted to have the assistance of DFNS as we do that. Next slide. Just what I just stated, how we're prioritizing our search for partners and sponsors of the schools. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Okay, so essentially, what are we saying around our policy? The next slide. So essentially, our policy would be looking at no alternate meal at all. We would have no threshold for students who qualify for free or reduced price meals. There would be a threshold of $35 for students who are full-pay students for any unpaid meal charges. The reason why we selected $35 is that really gives the students 8 to 9 breakfast and lunch in a row, or whenever they are using them up to that point. Once it becomes debt accrued by the students, essentially we work with schools, and we can talk more about that. And there are various procedures we have in place to help schools with that. But in terms of the policy, the debt accrued by the students who qualify for free and reduced price meals would be paid through the MCPS Foundation, and they have worked collaboratively with us to do that. So Dine with Dignity would pay for all of those students. Any debt accrued by full-pay students would be with non-federal funds and MCPS. So it's either through the school or helping out with any general account. The cost impact really is the debt of full-pay students. Next slide. So the rationale really is, again, that nutritionally wholesome, culturally diverse meal option. So that's why there are, all students receive a meal of their choice. We minimize the practices of insufficient funds. We have to have financial integrity to an enterprise fund, and to implement a consistent policy, because that is something that is required from the federal guidelines and the federal government around delinquent debt. Next slide. And with that, President Wolf, I hand it back for discussion.
I
do. I have a question.
Does anybody have questions? Ms. Mandrowski?
Just I need to clarify before we open up for total questions.
if there's a $35 threshold amount for full-pay students with unpaid meal charges, then what happens? They get, you're saying they have, which is the equivalent to 8 or 9 breakfast or lunches combined, but then what happens after that?
Well, we continue to provide meals for them, but we will work with families directly to make sure that they're aware, because it's really working with the family. Do they need access to an application?
Right.
You know, so that's where we work with the school intentionally.
Okay, because that was my next question is, are we reaching out to the families to see if they need help signing up for farms, the farm applications? And what kind of success rate are we having with that?
In the past, certainly when it's been required, because there has been, over the last several years due to the pandemic, they've moved students forward on to the program, and we still ask students and families to fill out the applications. And we've had really good response, especially since we went from a paper format to an electronic format, because you can fill it out on your phone.
Okay.
We still provide it in multiple languages, both electronically and in written format. So, but again, as we move into the next school year, we want to make sure that we do that full course press, because this does affect Title I funding if we don't have enough applications and, providing our students and families with that support. So again, and the other thing that was really good that's happening this year, and I'll have Ms. Harrell talk about this for a second, is there's been an additional pilot in terms of direct certifications to schools. So once it's a direct certification, they don't have to fill out the forms. But talk about that pilot, because this is really something that's great that's just happened.
So there are some states that have been given the opportunity to pilot a program where there would be a Medicaid match. So right now, Direct Cert is with other social programs that directly match, SNAP-Ed, TANF. So Maryland applied for this a year ago, and we were asked if MCPS would be willing to participate, and naturally we said yes. So next year we have got it set up that we will be able to match our students with the Medicaid, and we know that we will be able to pick up additional students that directly certify. The other benefit from that is that even if we are all in the same household, if one of us is directly certified through Medicaid, the other siblings would automatically qualify, and we're able to match those ourselves within the district. So we are very optimistic. In talking with other districts in Connecticut that have done this pilot for a year, they have had great success increasing their direct cert, which again makes it so much easier for all of us.
That's great. It's good to know.
I have a question. Am I mistaken, or doesn't DC provide lunch for every student at every school? And I know that every school is not impacted by poverty in any sense. So how are they doing that?
So so DC has a number of different school meals programs. So they have some schools that are charter schools and small schools, and those are done through DC Central Kitchen. They also have a management company that does some of their other schools, Sodexo Magic, and then they are self-op, I believe, for 9, but I could be off in the amount. But I believe they are all CEP schools in the district. I believe. I could be wrong on that.
Can you tell them what CEP stands for?
Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you, Mrs. Evans. So CEP is Community Eligibility Provision. And so schools that participate in that program, students who are full paid, there is no reimbursement for them. Students who are qualified for reduced, there is no reimbursement for that. The reimbursement is completely based on the number of directly certified students. And it is not, so students that apply by application, there is no reimbursement for those students either. So that's a little bit of a challenge for the CEP schools as well. So if you have a low number of directly certified students, it would not benefit you to go as a CEP school.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harris.
Yeah, thank you. A couple quick questions of clarification. One, talking about from the policy language here. So farms eligible students and students who later become farms eligible, we won't be doing anything to collect that meal debt from them. Foundation will pay, and then the Maryland CARES Act would reimburse the foundation? Is that kind of the?
So, I don't believe so, but Maryland Cares, we believe it should be fully implemented with the coming school year. So what Maryland CARES Act in 23 will do at least, it's not fully implemented. They will be picking up all of the income that would have been generated by reduced breakfast and by reduced lunches. So if you qualify as a reduced price student, the 30 cents for breakfast that you would usually be asked to cover and the 40 cents for lunch will be covered by funding from the state of Maryland.
Okay. And then looking at the policy language on, under item C, position, the 9B, it talks about for students who don't qualify for farms, superintendent may establish a threshold of unpaid school cafeteria account charges. You're proposing that would be $35?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we're going to try to contact the families, never the kids.
Never the students.
And then, but on item C, right beneath that, it said students may not charge a la carte items to their meal account if they have a negative balance on their school cafeteria account. So does that apply to all students regardless of status? If you have a negative balance, well, I guess it would only non-farms eligible, but so any negative balance, then they can't charge a la carte items?
Correct. So we would never allow students to charge a la carte items to their account if they don't have funds on account.
And so what's the purpose of the threshold then?
So the threshold is really the point where we say, we send home an account balance letter weekly in elementaries. And so if I only owe $550, the parents will get that letter and they can either replenish the funds via the online or with a check in person. But we think at 35, that's about 2 weeks, and that's the point where we think we need to probably intercede. So one of the things that we would offer is we would reach out to the family and suggest an application for free and reduced price meals. But if it's a family that either is unable or unwilling to fill out that application, we still want to put in place that the parents are aware that this school meal debt has been incurred.
But the student will still get the meal of their choice?
Still will get the meal of their choice.
So, but what would that look like if I'm a fifth grader with a balance and I go to buy an a la carte item? They'll just tell me I can't buy it?
So you would have a negative balance?
Yes.
We would just say you don't have any money in your account.
Okay.
And that's what we would say at any time. So if anyone came up and they wanted to, buy lunch, or not lunch, they wanted to buy, I'll say, ice cream, and they didn't have money on account, we would not do that. Now, if you come in, you have a negative balance, we'll say, of $40, but you come in and you have cash in your hand and you want to get ice cream, we would allow you to buy the ice cream. We would not say to you, you owe us money, you cannot buy a la carte. We would not do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
Just a quick clarification point, and if you don't have it, maybe it can be a follow-up. Of the farm-eligible students this year, what percentage would you say completed the paperwork?
Our farm eligibility was 39.
We're at about 39%. Do you mean how many completed a paper application, or do you mean an
Or
application?
just applications in general?
I can pull that. So one of the things that has happened during COVID is that the carryover has been in place. So anyone that was eligible.
A hold harmless.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyone that was eligible last year, they were carried forward for this year. So we did not reach out and say your status is expiring, please reapply. So we've got a little bit of a gray zone here for who would have applied this year, but we can pull the number of applications.
But last year we were all virtual, so I would imagine that the filling out participation would be less because that's even harder to do. So were they grandfathered from before COVID?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So the one thing that worked in our favor is that for students who are not directly certified through other programs, if you qualify for free and reduced price meals, you are eligible for what they call pandemic electronic benefit transfer funds. So a lot of families were interested in qualifying this year and last year for free and reduced price meals for that.
So they would get a card, and then they would be able to use that to purchase food.
I see, okay. Thank
So
you.
that was an incentive to fill it out.
Okay, Ms. Mandrowski, you want to
No one else
move the
has any
policy?
questions, then I'm more comfortable with moving forward. I'm just going to read the last two whereases and. Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, on behalf of the Policy Management Committee, I'm going to just read the last two whereases and the resolves. Whereas a new draft policy, JPH, School Food and Nutrition Services Programs, tentatively was adopted by the Board of Education on December 3rd, 2020, and sent out for public comment, and whereas the Board of Education has received comments from the public and the Policy Management Committee's recommendations, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education adopt the new draft JPH, School Food and Nutritional Services Programs, as provided in the attached committee recommended draft, and be it further resolved that the effective date for this policy is July 1st, 2022. I am going to move it on behalf of the Policy Management Committee, and no second is needed, so we just need to take a vote. So all in favor?
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much for your work on all of this. I know it's been a long time coming, so thank you.
We're now up to item number 12, naming of Gaithersburg Elementary School.
Thank you, President Wolf. I'll ask the staff to join me at the board table. Thank you, Ms. Sosik, Dr. Griffith. Welcome. So this is actually really nice as we continue to talk about Gaithersburg Elementary. I see Dr. Griffith has been here every time we have Gaithersburg number 8 on the agenda, and Ms. Thomas, who's going to serve as her assistant principal, is here as well. So thank you all so much, and Ms. Sosik for your onboarding and support as we get everything ready for next fall. So I'm pleased to be joined here by our new principal of Gaithersburg number 8 and her director, Ms. Sosik, and today we're going to spend some time talking about the process of naming Gaithersburg Elementary School number 8. And I'm excited because before we know it, it will be fall, and we'll be opening the doors for students into the school. So welcome. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Sosik.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Good afternoon, Board of Education members, President Wolf, Dr. McKnight. We're very excited to be here. I'm happy to be accompanied by the principal of what will soon be a new name. We won't have to be going by a number soon, but we are very excited. There's been a lot of work that I know Dr. Griffith has put into bringing community members, a very diverse group of community members who are very representative of the Gaithersburg community, specifically the students who will be attending this elementary school in the fall. So we are excited to have been working with them and the collaborative efforts moving forward. There have been many different meetings and steps that have been taken, a lot of conversation, a lot of research, and really a lot of well thought out conversations that have been occurring along this way to really have the naming of a school that we'll be recommending today to you to be representative of the community, and that we'll be able to move forward for. I know our students are very excited because they'll be part of the next step in looking at school colors and mascots and so on and so forth. So they are very excited for this day as well. So I am very proud to be able to be here accompanying Dr. Griffith. She has put a lot of work into, and I will say in a short period of time, so we can really have this available to be able to move forward, and knowing that we have work to do that for the naming of the building, as well as having some supplies and some other aspects that are part of materials and management to be able to move forward, to be ready to welcome our students as they enter into the fall. So I would like to be able to turn it over to Dr. Griffiths, and she'll walk through the components of the process that happened in order to get to us today.
Thank you, Ms. Sosik. Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight, President Wolf, Vice President Silvestri, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Dr. Kavina Griffith, the proud principal of the almost former Gaithersburg Cluster Elementary School number 8. I am pleased to be joined by our assistant principal, Ms. Rashida Thomas, and our school naming committee, who is joining us virtually. Today, I will provide an overview of the naming committee timeline, as well as our first choice for the name of our school. Next slide, please. The Gaithersburg Cluster Elementary School Naming Committee began meeting following the approved resolution from the Board of Education on March 8th, 2022. There were 13 members of the committee comprised of parents, members of feeder school PTAs, community members, and staff of Gaithersburg Elementary School number 8. Meetings were facilitated by Dr. Daryl Howard and Ms. Maria Hay, instructional specialist in the Equity Initiatives Unit, the Office of Strategic Initiatives. Next slide. At our first meeting, we covered committee introductions, reviewed in detail the current MCPS naming policy, reviewed the 3 recommendations from the board, and discussed MCPS's 5 core values. Subsequent to this meeting, committee members were provided tasks to research the 3 recommended names, gathering feedback from community members. The committee was also provided the opportunity to bring additional names to the committee for review per the current policy. Next slide. During our second meeting, the committee reviewed the research on the 3 recommended names and reviewed 2 additional names that were submitted by committee members. The committee then engaged in a discussion around the names related to the core values of MCPS. This meeting concluded with the committee deciding to narrow the list of names to 4 before sending a survey to the community. Next slide. At the third meeting, the committee analyzed and discussed the community input and submitted a ranking to the Office of Teaching, Learning in Schools, Superintendent, and Board of Education. Subsequently, we re-engaged our committee and community, reissuing the community survey with all 5 name choices. The survey was reissued with an extended time window for responses. Next slide. At the fourth meeting, the committee analyzed and discussed the results of the second community input survey. The committee then voted on a ranking, which was submitted to the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools. I am pleased to share our next slide. The first choice for the name of our school is Harriet R. Tubman Elementary School. Next slide. The naming committee, utilizing input from our community, agreed that Harriet Tubman embodied all 5 of MCPS's core values. Learning, MCPS believes that learning is achieved by cultivating curiosity and encouraging determination, focus, and hard work. Harriet R. Tubman provided for the community she lived in by raising money for schools, nurseries, and churches. For relationships, MCPS believes that meaningful collaboration is vital to our success. Harriet R. Tubman selflessly made the decision to risk her freedom and life by returning to Maryland in order to free countless enslaved Black or African Americans. For equity, MCPS believes that each and every student matters. Outcomes should not be predictable by race, ethnicity, or socioeconomic status. Harriet R. Tubman housed and cared for many elderly individuals as well as those with mental and physical health illnesses. Next slide. Respect. MCPS believes that each individual's contributions add value to our community. Though experiencing extreme violence, even resulting in a traumatic brain injury, Harriet R. Tubman continued to persevere and help others to reach freedom. And finally, excellence. MCPS believes in expecting the best. This year, the governor has named 2022 the year of Harriet R. Tubman, declaring it is truly inspiring to think about how we can walk along the same path she did, where she forged her indelible legacy of freedom. Ms. Wolf, this concludes my presentation, and I am happy to take questions from the board at this time.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Ms. Evans?
I have a comment. So that was fabulous. I have never heard anybody come to the board table and relay the name to our 5 core values. So I really appreciate that. No, that was excellent.
Thank you. The committee felt strongly about making sure that our name tied to the core values of MCPS.
I concur. I mean, it made me a little teary, actually. Like, it was really it helped you put the name into our overall values, and you can just really see it. And so I feel very, very proud to be supporting this name choice. I'm very appreciative of all of the outreach that you did to the community, and I want to thank you for taking the time to go back out, make sure that everybody, all of our policy processes were completed, and I think it's great that so many community members were willing to participate and spend that extra time. I did notice that, and this is just for point of clarification, we did have someone from the city of Gaithersburg represented as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
I didn't see it on here, so I just wanted to make sure, because I think that they were very enthusiastic and grateful for the opportunity to be able to have a voice as well. So thank you for that. It was a long process getting Gaithersburg number 8 to from there to today. So I thank our design people and our facilities people, and I look forward to seeing the opening. So thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
Yes, I wanted to ask about the process for engaging our Spanish-speaking community in Gaithersburg, if you could speak to that, and how confident do you feel that they really had a voice in the process?
Sure. So we had, representation on our committee who were Hispanic and reached out to several of the community members. We also engaged our community through email, text, phone calls in English and in Spanish to make sure that they were able to get the information to complete the survey.
Yeah, it's just, we do a lot of sending stuff out in the multiple languages, but it's also important to see how much we get back in those languages. So thank you for your work.
Definitely. And I just also want to add that our survey was in English and Spanish, and so we had responses from both languages for the survey.
Did you get a good response from the Spanish survey?
I think so, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, since we have them on the Zoom, I just want to thank the members of your committee. It's important work.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to get a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
All in,
Move approval for
oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Move approval for the naming of Gaithersburg number 8 to be named Harriet Tubman.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much for your hard work. We're now up to item 13, consent items. Is there any item that anyone wishes to pull? Dr. Job?
Sorry, 1 second. I need to pull a item from the,
You want to pull 13.1?
13.1.
thank you.
Okay, 13.1.
I'd like to pull 13.3.
Ms. Harris, did
Do I
you
need to
would-
pull all of 13?
Yes. You
Okay,
abstained.
okay.
Yes. Okay, all right. Ms. Silvestri?
I also have to
Pull an item out of 13.1?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get a motion to move items 13.2 and 13.4 through 13.9 in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Dr. Joftis, you want to start with your 13.1 concern?
Nope. I think he's just going to abstain.
Oh, you're going to abstain
So
totally?
he's just,
Do I have to abstain from the whole thing, or just one of the items? Okay, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, all right.
Do I need to give a reason?
Okay, Ms. Silvestri?
I am abstaining for 13.1 because there's a Montgomery College contract there.
Okay. And
my question.
wait.
I'm sorry.
All right, let's take a vote on 13.1.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, go ahead. We'll do 13.3 first.
Okay. I'm not really sure how to ask this question because it is in reference to also 13.1, but I think it's a bigger conversation, again, as I've kind of brought up in the past over the years about trying to understand, like, how is this separate contract different from these multiple other data contracts that we're approving. Well, just, yeah, I mean, 4166, 4205, 4319. I mean, I can see that some of them are a little different, but it kind of feels like without having a breakdown of what contracts fall under student assessment and data analytical platforms, for example. So student data, I feel like I continue to see different contracts that come up to do some of this work, and I feel like I don't have any sense of where we are overall as a system and what we're contracting and how much we're spending.
Okay, so let me just say a couple things, and then we also have some people online that we can bring in specifically to talk about 13.3. But at this point in the year, it becomes a little bit daunting in procurement as a system because we're renewing contracts. Remember, our contracts are good for 1 year, and then we extend them for 3 years, 4 years, and then we go out for bid again. What you're seeing here is the number of contracts around the technology coming up for renewal. So in 4166, that professional development management system, so that's an extension of our annual contract for our PDO system, our professional development online. So that manages our HR system for online professional learning for staff. So we go online, we sign up for our courses, and then it shows that we've taken a course, we can get a certificate from that. That manages that.
Okay.
If we were going to look at the next one, 4205, applicant tracking recruiting, so that's part of the recruiting system where outside and inside, internal and external staff and public people could actually apply for positions online. It also, we use that to select and move people forward. So these all have different pieces within our system. And I know it's confusing because especially at this point in the year, so many things are being renewed simultaneously. But all of our systems have different management component pieces. The other thing I know that was in here was Lawson, which is the HR information system that holds everybody's information. Remember, one of the things that we're trying to do with the new development of our human resource management program is to be able to combine these things over the next 2 years. So that's part of it. But in the meantime, we still have to, renew these so that we are able to keep our system flowing. Does that make more sense?
No, it does, and I understand about the extensions, but some of these read extensions new, and some of them just read extension, and I'm not sure what the difference is, if it's what a new extension is versus a old extension.
So a new would be, it came up, and this is the first new year of it. We went out and bid it again.
Okay.
And now it's up for the first time.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, and then, and I noticed that in reference to one of your examples there, one of the contracts is for the HR system to be able to be monitored so that applications don't get lost if they're not filled up. But I still hear from people that that's a problem, and I thought that was part of why we were switching systems. So then I get curious as to why we're renewing. And I guess my main point with this whole thing is just in reference to if we could possibly get some sort of list of the contracts. I feel like just recently we approved a contract for student assessment data, and so I just never feel like I know who's doing what and how much we're spending on it.
So one of the other things, no, that does make sense, and I know it can be overwhelming at times. What I would like to do is see if Keisha Addison is online right now to be able to talk about 13.3, because that is the student assessment and data analytics platform, which we actually took out for bid this year.
Yeah, because I was
And-
just, the reason I pulled it mainly is because I was curious, aren't we doing that now?
Yes, okay, so yes is the answer to that.
Okay.
But we're doing that, but there has to be a transition period to the new, so we're going from Power School to Illuminate. In order for that to happen, it can't be something that's done overnight. So this is an excellent question that you're asking. Keisha, we are going to toss it over to you. Thank you. Can you talk to us about that process? Oh, Keisha, I think you're on mute.
I am not on my end. Can you hear me?
Okay, we hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm like, I'm not muted. So good afternoon, members of the board. As Dr. Dawson shared, we needed to enter into a contract for our data management tool. And so what you may recall is that this is what we lovingly refer to as Performance Matters. And so it's our internal data management tool. And so we had already, our contract expired with them. So we did our base contract of 3 years, and then we had 2 extensions, and that was the extent of our full contract with Performance Matters. And so, and Power School is the umbrella company, and we entered into an RFP process in late or early fall. And so what is coming forward in 13.3 is the adoption of a new platform based on our intentionally unbiased RFP process with an evaluation committee of the vendors who submitted for this RFP. And so that's why this one is coming forward.
And this will include the training for all of our staff
So yes, and based on what Dr. Dawson shared, it's not an overnight process. And so for the upcoming school year, we are working with our current vendor to do that for this upcoming school year, 2022-2023, so that we have sufficient time to work with the new vendor to prepare professional learning for schools, central offices, and other staff members who need to be trained for implementation in the 2023-2024 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Addison. Now, we do have to take separate votes on these, so can I get a motion on 13.1 first?
Move 13.1.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous of those able to vote on 13.1. Thank you. So for the record, you got that it excludes Dr. Joftis and Ms. Silvestri. Okay. Can I get a motion on 13.3?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Item number 14 is for information only. Can I get a motion to move item 15.1 and 2 in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Item number 15.3, Ms. O'Looney.
Yes, so this new business item is the one introduced at our previous meeting, which was a month ago, on convening a work group to assess the quality, the portion size, the cost, the nutrition, the inclusivity of our school meals, really everything. And earlier this week, I had the wonderful opportunity to have lunch with Dr. McKnight and Ms. Harris at Cafe Edison, where our culinary students worked very hard to prepare us a really, really great meal. And I think it was just a lovely reminder of how much talent we have in the school system, how much knowledge and expertise we have, and how important it is. One of the specific things that I call out in this resolution is to ensure that 40% of our work group is composed of students, so that we can use the expertise of students at Cafe Edison and also use the expertise of students who eat our school meals every single day. And how fitting is it to vote on this resolution resolution after our discussion on student well-being, when I really do think that an increase in the quality of school meals is very clearly tied to an increase in student well-being, and student well-being means better student performance. So, very excited. I will just read the final two were resolved statements of the resolution. Resolved that the Board of Education requests that the interim superintendent convene a school meal quality work group to meet from spring 2022 to winter 2022 to review school meal quality, inclusiveness of diverse cultural, religious, and medical dietary restrictions, portion sizes, nutritional value, and cost, to present their recommendation for the Board of Education's 2024 operating budget no later than December 31st, 2022, and be it further resolved that the composition of this work group be at least 40% students from diverse school, racial, and socioeconomic backgrounds, especially the restaurant management and culinary arts programs at Thomas Edison High School, Damascus and Paint Branch High Schools, and the International Cultures and Cuisines and Culinary Essentials courses sequence at Albert Einstein, Magruder, Rockville, Springbrook, and Sherwood High Schools, to work in collaboration with MCPS's Division of Food and Nutrition Services, community experts, and other stakeholders.
Move approval.
Second.
Is there, Ms. Harris, you have discussion?
Yeah, just a quick point. I so appreciate doing this in juxtaposition with policy JPH, because in reviewing that policy and, item C, position, item 6 says we strive to provide, as appropriate, a variety of food choices that are appealing, accommodate students' dietary restrictions, and reflect cultural diversity. But I think it's absolutely clear, we've heard from an avalanche of students and community that we don't do that. And we have to fix the food. And, this, I think, is a great step to bring in all the creative voices, because even after Ms. O'Looney and Dr. McKnight left Cafe Edison, I was talking to Chef Kirchner, who teaches that course, the culinary arts course, and he was full of ways and ideas that they could, on a practical way, grow their own food that they use at Cafe Edison using the site plan that they have available to them, needing no additional space or maybe a few tools, a few seeds, a little water, and they could grow their own. And he pointed out to me, which is true, all of our high schools has greenhouses. Many of them aren't used. But we have horticulture programs, and we have the CASE programs at Sherwood and Northwood, and we have so much opportunity to really revolutionize the way we think about school food. And listening to our community, and I'm so grateful that Ms. O'Looney is putting this forward. And I really hope so many of our students and so many of our community advocates and allies have been trying to engage DFNS in this work for years and really not gotten far. And I hope that now, after what we've all been hearing for months and months and months, that there will be a lot of more energy to move this forward. Anyway, thank you.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Does anybody have any new business? Seeing none, item 16 is for information only. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. We are adjourned.